get busy living or get busy dying.
That's goddamn right.
Welcome, everybody, to the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast, Deck of Decades, whatever number we're at, Shawshank Redemption 90s. Mouthful intro.
Yeah,
Hello.
you sounded slightly
Hey.
southern.
Not only did you sound slightly southern, I just loved the delay for like a solid second of like, wait, do you want us to do another take or?
No, I'm terrible at intros. We got.
Hello, everybody. I'm a geeky writer, and I am just 100% caffeinated right now, so this is gonna be a fun one.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
Sprinks, you want to do our
Yes,
stuff?
absolutely. Let me get the list here. We have our socials. We are at Cheap Seat Critics on Instagram and TikTok, but if you remove that S and just Cheap Seat Critic, that is our Twitter, and we're Cheap Seat Critics Podcast on Facebook, as well as youtube.com/at Cheap Seat Critics. If you want to see the movie slash show, whatever we're covering, slideshow we have, and our PNG tubers, and our little images, and just a bunch of visuals. And we also have a letterbox if you're interested in that as well. I guess I can also go down the runner-ups that we had for the 90s, being that we're in the Decade Season 8. 90s was one of the tougher ones. We had Shawshank Redemption as our number 1 pick, followed by Pulp Fiction for number 2, and Good Will Hunting for number 3.
Damn, we really missed out on those two, didn't we? At least
I
for
mean, we can
now.
cover them again. I remember we said we didn't want to cover a Tarantino without Sinister.
That's true. Yeah, and I think we kind of all settled on Shawshank because it was the one I hadn't seen, right?
It's the
Yes.
one that I most firmly went, you haven't seen this, I will purchase you a copy if you don't have access to it.
That's very fair.
Curious what Ryder thinks of this. I've got no inkling. He's given nothing away through
It's
context.
his first viewing.
Yeah.
All my context is me complaining about school.
Yeah. So we will go through our histories. We kind of got a snippet of writers. So do you want to say everything about it, writer?
Yeah, sure. My history with this movie is that I have none. There we go.
Have
Had
you
you heard
never
of it
heard of
before?
it?
Let's see. I think it's one of those things that's been on the peripheral, I guess, because I guess I've had heard of it before, but it's not been like, oh, what's the best word for this? It was never made it onto my watch list. Like no one ever expressed to me that it was something that I desperately needed to see. Um, and it was in a periphery of like I've heard it talked about. Like I know you've mentioned it Sprinks to me before. Like even before the conversation that we had, uh, some members of my family mentioned it to me before. Um, but it's been like in passing conversation, and that's pretty much it. No one gave me like the direct like, oh, you need to fucking watch this kind of thing. It was just it's
Uh,
pretty much my history with it. It's just that I don't have any.
Sprinks.
Oh boy, my history. Geez, I can't remember when I first watched it. Really enjoyed it when I first watched it. I saw it in a film as literature class with Crimson and did a paper on it. Crimson didn't like how Crimson at the time didn't necessarily appreciate how much like BS I would take out of a film to raise my score in a class, which is what I did.
Usually,
I remember I saw it in theaters for its 35th anniversary, which was out of the blue. I was going to the theater to see something else. I can't remember what the other thing was, but Shawshank was being shown, so I decided, oh, fuck whatever the hell I was going to watch before that. I'm going to go see Shawshank. So I saw Shawshank in theaters. I've seen it at least 10 times. I've played A Way Out, which I think is definitely
I think we've all played Way on
yeah,
that, right?
yeah, it's
I
adapted,
played a
I
little
would
bit.
say, from Shawshank Redemption. Um, I know of the reference taken from the show Riverdale of Shank Shaw, Juvenile Penitentiary. I think that's pretty much my whole history with it.
God, I can't believe you brought Riverdale into this podcast. Come on, man.
Hey, I know it's something you
Oh,
can relate to.
I know.
Thankfully, I can't. And for me, I like Sprig said, film is lit class. Watched it there. I don't recall if that was my first time watching it. It might have been, but since then, I think for the podcast, this might be my fourth or fifth time watching this.
Mhm.
And I've seen some of the Family Guy jokes for this. That's pretty much most of my exposure. Shawshank.
I have a follow-up question. Um, for you two, when you guys saw this, was it in the was your film was lit class taught by a language arts teacher, or was it taught by our film teacher?
It was not taught by a
Someone
film
else.
teacher.
Okay.
I
An
think.
of an actor of the Snickers commercials.
Yes, I believe he was. Was he a history teacher or was he an English teacher?
I don't remember.
I can't recall.
I would
That's
imagine
But
it's
he was
probably
not the film teacher
yeah.
of the
My
school.
see the reason I'm asking is I know my film is lit teacher was because we all went to the same school. My film is lit teacher was my the language arts teacher.
Oh,
So I that's why I was curious because the Shawshank wasn't a part of his curriculum when I took his class. I don't know what we had in place of it though. I'm
Crimson,
Are you
do
like
you
talking about
recall?
the
We
school
usually
that starts with an A or a W?
uh the language arts teacher that starts with an A.
know the
Okay,
school.
Oh, the school that starts with an A.
There you go.
okay. Uh, Strix and I took this class at the W school.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they had it. What the fuck?
I'm trying to recall with the um, segments of I guess the teachings or the of the curriculum of the class. There was paired films for certain segments. And Crimson, can you help me remember? It was Shawshank paired with what?
Gosh, shoot. If I go through all my old schoolwork papers, because I still have them, I would know. I don't remember what it was paired with.
Okay,
Funny, I have
I'm
all my
going.
It
old
might,
school
it
papers
might
as
have been.
well.
Was it Scissorhands? I don't know why
Oh,
those
was it
would have been
Edward
paired.
Scissorhands?
It might have been
Could have been.
Scissorhands.
I'm like going through my head of like what was paired with what, or just what we watched in the class, and we watched a lot of good stuff.
We did.
And then there's
That's
Million
weird.
Dollar Baby,
That's weird.
which we can cover
My
another time.
yeah, I mean, my film class was kind of more focused on what we're doing this season. We showed the growth of technology, uh, as well as showing the growth of like how filmmakers learn from one another. So, kind of one of the reasons
Oh,
I
interesting.
suggested like a Triumph of the Will in Decade, and also Citizen Kane is because what is filmed in Triumph of the Will, the angles and the shots, heavily influenced how Citizen Kane was shot. So that was kind of my experience with films lit class. We didn't do things in pairs; we did them in like almost sequence, the whole curriculum.
Oh, interesting. So yours was more of history of uh, from a starting decade further on to see what how it advanced in technology and adaptions.
That
Crimson Eye
was that.
was segmented into genres of
Yeah,
here's
we
the
didn't really do
documentary one,
genres.
the horror one, the drama one.
Yeah, we didn't do genres. So what I'm remembering is like the first part of it was done in sections. So like it wasn't done in pairs, but like what I was describing that was like the first half of the class, and then we sort of transitioned into more like the influential ones, like Rebel Without a Cause. Like
Ah,
there's as my teacher describes it and how I still describe it. There's only one interesting shot throughout that entire film. Otherwise, it's very flatly filmed. But the reason is that it still stands the test of time is because the script is influential. So like by the end of the class, we were kind of tapping in more into like the more, I guess, influential works.
all right. Huh.
And
Sorry,
there
I was just
is some
curious.
Yeah.
cheapsy critics lore.
Yeah. Two very different film as literature classes.
Yeah, that's why I felt sorry. I felt the need to ask because I realized that I never saw you in my film as lit class, so I was curious if what you know.
We saw Food Inc.
Oh,
at one point. I think
Crimson, was this paired with Catch Me If You Can?
That would make more sense. Like that might be it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was confused with the Edward Scissorhands pairing. I'm like, I don't know what your teacher's on, but that's got
I
to be a
I
fun
think
and
Catching
interesting
If You
class.
Can fits better with the pairing, which I also BS'd. Crimson doesn't like what I did with that paper.
I need to see. I need to read some of your old papers, Spriggs.
It's
Yeah,
like the watches in 12 Angry Men, okay?
yeah,
That's
and it gets me an A.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, they do appreciate that sort of thing.
facts. That's what I was going to do next. We got facts.
How many facts?
A few,
Okay.
maybe
You
seven
narrow
or
it
eight or
down to
something
Okay, he
like
like
didn't
that.
count.
true.
Okay.
All right. Well, I took screenshots just so it'd be easier because last time my notes were a mess. All right, so this was a box office flop. This was a had a $25 million budget and made 16 million,
Oh,
and
boo.
it got pulled from the theaters early because of how poorly it was, and got re-released internationally, which then made 58 million. So technically, it was profit, but they had to release it twice.
Was it not promoted well?
That's
I mean,
okay.
what
I mean,
caused the
James
flop?
Cameron still releases Avatar, so
This was 1994, correct?
I think so. Yeah.
And well, okay. I'm like, what came out around the same time to like that other people would go see something else besides this? Or
oh,
During the marketing of this, they tried to stay away from mentioning Stephen King because they didn't want it to get connected to his other works.
oh yeah, if someone's like, oh, the guy who made it, it would not.
Yeah,
They would not pair.
they wanted it to stand on their own merit,
which is
and it's a different name than the book that it's based on,
Was it
which
Rita Hayworth and Shawshank?
and the Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, so they cut that part entirely, which makes sense. That's kind of a dumb name even for a book, I think. Just a little much. So flop, but now it's a really big movie. In 1995, this one's off of memory. I didn't screenshot this one. 1995 was the most rented movie of the year.
Oh wow.
man,
Yeah,
Blockbuster was booming back then.
I suppose so. And whoever else was renting movies back then.
I
Hollywood
think also
Video.
Netflix was mailing movies at that point, right? No, that was a
Oh
few more
shoot,
years.
when did Netflix start? Was it in the
Netflix
90s?
Yeah,
only
that was 2000s, wasn't it?
maybe, yeah. I think Netflix started late 90s, early 2000s, but it was like they did mail in order for DVDs. So it was like
Yes.
Yes.
Blockbuster through mail, which was a brilliant idea.
Look at them now. $1 billion in debt making trash.
Yeah,
Uh,
sinking good franchises too while they're at it.
so the oak tree we see towards the end became a tourist attraction. And then in 2011, it got struck by lightning and got heavily damaged, and they tore it down in 2016.
Oh, is that the tree from
And
the this is a stupid joke of the shoot, the film company that's logo is, going like Mach
Oh,
speed down a road and then tree gets struck by lightning.
I know which one you're talking about.
I don't
Could
know the name
be,
of that. I don't know the name of that company, but that's
but I
hilarious.
can picture exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, took down 2016. Dawn Lightning took it out, but apparently they used the wood to make merchandise. The fact I read did not specify what type of merchandise, but they used it for stuff.
That's cool.
Morgan Freeman's son has a little cameo in this. He is young Red in the mugshots when he's
Ah,
getting approved or not approved. That's Morgan Freeman's son. The director Frank Darabont has two cameos in this. He is Andy's hands when he's reloading his gun in the car in the beginning, and he Andy's hands when he's carving his name on the wall.
that's a weird cameo
Weird
of
cameos, but
sense.
okay.
Yeah, he's no M Night. That's for
To be fair, M
sure.
Night actually became a decent actor
Or
at some
Jackson.
point.
Sure. I just know if M Night's in like all of them. It's his.
He's
Mm,
definitely in most of them. I think he's my favorite character of his that I ended up liking was from Water, but
Water.
mm.
Oh, Lady. Was it
Lady in the Water.
Lady in the
Sorry.
Water? Okay.
Uh, let's see. Stephen King gave Steve Darabont the rights to film for $5,000, and he never uh, cashed it out. Instead, Stephen King kept it and framed it and gave it to him and said, "I don't want to get the quote wrong. In case you ever need bail money, love, Steve."
That's
So
funny.
yeah,
Wow.
that's framed somewhere. Bettermont's place. Clancy Brown was offered real life corrections officers training and stuff, but the director didn't want that. He wanted Clancy Brown's performance to be seen through Andy's and Red's perspective and not through an accurate representation.
Interesting.
Uh, okay.
Hadley.
Meaning Captain Hadley, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Clancy
All right.
Brown. What a great actor.
The narration from Morgan Freeman was recorded before the movie. It was the first thing recorded. And they
Oh.
played it while filming to match it up. And
Oh.
then once it was all filmed and they were doing editing, there was a buzzing sound in Morgan Freeman's audio, so they had to redo his narration, which took 3 weeks because they had to sync it up with the footage this time.
Very smart. Get them the way that they're filming it first. Sucks that they found a bug in the audio and
Yeah,
had to do it again.
Didn't we touch on this in a past thing about
we
music
did.
cueing to
We
scenes to
talked
edit?
All Quiet on the Western Front with
That
the
was it?
intro talk, yeah,
Yeah.
introducing everybody. Funny how that's really recent. Uh, then I can talk about some differences in the book. There was actually 3 wardens in the book, but the director, who also wrote this, uh, combined all their characteristics into one character.
Well, the director who wrote the movie.
The screenplay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes,
not the
yes.
book.
Well,
Just
Stephen King wasn't the director of this.
well, true.
Yeah,
Just to clarify with your words of what you said.
yes. Tommy wasn't killed in the books. He was transferred to a different prison. That's kind of a big difference.
I think it plays better in the film. Then again, haven't read
I,
the book,
I
but
I
it could
think it's
it
more
could it could
impactful.
in the books it could be more contextualized, but I think that's a good adaptation choice for the movie thus far. So it works well for the movie.
was it
In the
still Crimson? Do you know if it's still under the same intention of the warden just trying to get rid of Tommy?
yeah, the warden transfers him out because of that.
Okay.
I don't know which of the 3 wardens, though. The fact didn't state that. Um, in this, we only hear about Andy's conviction. We don't know why Red or Brooks was in prison. Just murder. That was pretty much it. Red murdered his wife by disabling her brakes, and the accident killed a neighbor and their child. So, yikes for
Wow.
Red.
Yeah.
Not conveyed very much through the film.
No. And Brooks murdered his wife and daughter after losing a streak in poker.
So they're
Having
all
a
wife
losing streak in poker.
killers.
Pretty much.
Is that how they
Except
No wonder
relate?
Red
they
was
all got along.
premeditated while Brooks was not.
Did Haywood kill his wife? I mean, how many
That
Shawshank
one didn't
inmates kill
say.
wives?
All I got from the facts were those 2. I don't know if we find out Haywood's in the book. The ending was also different. The book ended with Red on the bus saying, "I hope I see my friend again. I hope."
Oh
We don't
gosh,
we
no,
don't get the team up on the beach
that's
or
not
anything
enough
like that.
closure.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
open ended.
that would have been an interesting ending. It would still work.
Unfortunately, with the knowledge of seeing this film, 10 plus times, I can't imagine me reading the book and being okay with the ending.
Oh yeah, because you get a satisfying ending out of the way, but I think the book is intentionally trying to be not satisfying. The message is hope, right? So
Yeah,
all you're
it's
left is
open
with the
ended.
feeling. You're left with the general feeling of hope and nothing else. That's, I guess, pretty on point. I guess with the theme of what the main story is. Because here, there's payoff to
And
the hope. You know.
Yeah.
that's true. And last difference slash fact I got in the book, Andy smuggles $500 into the prison up his bum
Oh, a
and
prison
uses
wallet.
it. Yes, and uses it to pay inmates to beat up Boggs instead of Hadley doing it.
Interesting.
Here we go. Fact section done. Yay, that was a lot. Maybe too
Well,
much.
no, 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 no. It was a fine amount. I mean, Wizard of Oz had like what, 9 or something? Well, 9
Something.
fun facts plus the additional fact. I mean, you're good.
And while we cover, I might sprinkle some more that are more related to scenes. This podcast will be doing the popcorn act system, so that 5 act system. So we'll be jumping around in each act that we designate. Act 1 is the beginning to when Brooks gives Andy the rock hammer.
All right.
Sprinks, you go first.
Oh, sweet. Oh man. I will touch on linearly something at the very beginning of the music over the radio, or the music just being um played out
During the
to
credits
the
leading up.
audience of being loud to transition through the use of music to in world of being in the car radio. I think that was a nice transition from the title to a scene.
I
Yeah,
concur.
it's nice.
I think I'm gonna jump to the court scene because I like a lot of the intercutting with the court scene and the night his wife was murdered, more or less.
Mhm.
Um, and I really like the ambiguity of it. It doesn't really show us that he killed his wife, but you also aren't sure for a fair bit of the film.
That's true.
That's actually interesting. This was your first time viewing because I'm sure Sprinks and I don't remember our thoughts originally. Did you think Andy was guilty or not before the reveal that he wasn't?
I was 50-50 on it. I saw that as a general like I know I thought that they were being intentionally ambiguous. I mean, I personally leaned towards the fact that he was innocent. Um, Mostly because we didn't see him commit the murder on screen, but it was just a general feeling until it's confirmed, pretty much.
Mhm.
But I think I really really enjoyed the ambiguous feeling that I was given at the start of the film because you don't really know with any certainty of with whether he killed his wife or not. Though the intention is that we're still sympathetic to him to a degree, um, because we don't see him commit the murder. Um, and I think one of the cool edits that happened in that whole sequence is with the gavel was kind of when the judge kind of convicts him, and he hits the gavel down. It sounds like a gunshot, or it's intertwined with a gunshot sound, like they were mixed together.
It is.
So mm, that's what I thought anyway.
I do like that it does pair with showing that he's been drinking on the night, and
Yeah.
then his answer is he doesn't remember.
Yep. Um, and it's because it's true. And I like also the way the court scene is like the prosecution is reading out the evidence. Like his footsteps were found on the scene, and like we could see him stepping out into the dirt, crushing the glass beneath his boot.
Fingerprints
Uh,
everywhere.
yep. So it's one of those things where they intercut the two scenes really really beautifully. And it did leave me with an ambiguous feeling at the end, which I think it was intentional.
They didn't
Um,
cover the car, did they? Like tire tracks?
No, I don't
no,
think they mentioned the car.
Okay.
Really.
yeah,
I'm trying to think
we
how
we know
much a
that we know
forensics
that
team in 1947 could cover.
Well, they could definitely figure out car tracks.
if they could do fingerprints, they could do car tracks.
because he
I
said he threw the
also
gun away, but I'm guessing he took the car home.
Probably.
yeah,
So
I would guess as well. One of the other things that I liked about the scene is the lawyers change his outfits in between cutting, so we know that time has passed during the scene, so it's not all at once.
so they take
Oh,
and leave
I
and
missed that.
recess and return. Yeah.
Well, trials
No,
usually take days,
no.
weeks,
Well, no.
especially murder trials.
Presumably,
So
well, it cuts for him being a prosecuting. Giving the prosecution to him, giving his conclusion, basically before the
yeah,
prosecution rests. So it was a nice thing to show the outfit change when we jump to the conclusion. Um, and like I said, I really love the opening scene. Very strong, very powerful opening. I liked it.
And I'll touch on that a little writer. I think something this film does very well is its pacing with how the time allotted of the film is.
Yeah, for 20 odd years, 20 plus years,
In a two and a
it
half hour
covers
movie.
in a 2.5 hour movie. It covers 20 plus years relatively well. It feels like we're coming in on their lives like at the most important moments of those 20 years, like the most defining moments. Um, and then but it's done in such a way that it's very smooth. So it's like it's not jarring at all when we're transitioning through years at a time because it's all naturally given in dialogue.
Yeah,
yeah, and this
I
is a
agree.
good example of what usually I complain about in other podcasts is ambiguity on time. Don't really know. They're on top of it. They always bring up time jumps, even if they didn't say, "Man, it's been 4 months since this thing." I'm like, we wouldn't know because we kind of mentioned before this that the characters don't really
They
age
all
up
look
that
the same.
much.
Yeah.
So it's
No, they're
very
really good
good
at
that they
touching on
keep up with
years
the time.
and seasons. Not so much on
Yeah,
specific dates, though.
Andy was in the infirmary for a month, solitary for a month, one more month, 2 months.
yeah, yeah.
They're on top of it.
Yeah. So while we're not given specific dates, we can keep track of the time because all of it's there, which is nice.
Yeah, and then
Um,
they sprinkle dates here and there so you can help connect them. Like when Brooks gets released, I believe they say the time.
Yeah.
I think they
They also use an event as well to mark the date, like Kennedy's
that's
assassination
it.
is mentioned.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I went, okay, it's 1963. Got it.
Yeah. Tommy arriving in '65. So pretty good job in
I
that
like
regard.
how the film has its score of its theme, and not the full theme plays in this beginning scene of the court, but little notes of the piano and strings of the theme play individually throughout. So somewhat like guiding Andy towards Shawshank from the score. I don't know if anyone else picked up on that.
No, I just heard music. Um, just
It,
before we leave
the
the whole. Oh,
the the soundtrack was guiding him to Shawshank.
Well, the use of the instruments and the tone
sorry.
of the beat of very mellow of the court went into the overall theme of the um, aerial helicopter shot of the bus, over Shawshank to show the whole prison and the prison yard.
It's like a transition
Yeah, it was like
piece.
I saw it as like a lead of Andy towards Shawshank.
Okay.
Right. It makes it smoother in a sense where because it starts before they cut to the prison, it's just naturally smoother opposed to when they just cut to the prison and then the music would start.
Yeah, and I think it's a little more
It's
character
less smooth.
attached because when
Yep.
we get to the prison, it's focused on Red before Andy arrives, and the theme hasn't been attached or played from the court to the bus when it's focused on Red.
Last thing for the court for me is Andy's lawyer sucked, and
Gonna say a fucking word.
yeah, didn't say anything. He didn't prep him at all. One of the things a lawyer would say to the person he's um, with, I'm blanking on what they're called right
Defendant?
now. No, such let's see what I'm thinking. But anyway, you know what
Client.
I'm saying. Client, yes. their client would be making them a likable person on the stand. And that is something Andy is not. Even the judge is like, "You seem like a icy, remorseless individual," which is pretty accurate with his facial expressions we see while he's there.
Yeah, he he's got luck as bad as you, Crimson. Couldn't
Oh,
find his gun.
Yeah.
Couldn't find.
we should have a parodied film of some sort of 12 Angry Men doing the case of Andrew Dufresne.
I
100%.
would be 100% down for that.
What an idea.
Yeah.
But maybe it's the opposite. So you like watch the first scene of the film and then you watch that whole film in its entirety, then go back to Shawshank. So it's everyone saying he's innocent except one, and then he changes them all.
And
Oh, that'd be dark, but I that would be interesting.
I think it would fit the tone of the film. It's a bit dark at
Uh,
parts.
yeah, no, I think it fits the tone of Shawshank, but I'm trying to. That this is me writing fan fiction, so I think we should probably leave it.
I was just trying to think of other ways Andy's lawyer could have helped him out because he got pretty slaughtered up there on the stand.
Brutalized, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know how he could
by
help out.
Dale from Walking Dead.
Was there witnesses? There was no witnesses, were there? It was just the maid the
No,
next morning saw them, which was
no, no. The neighbors overheard their argument.
oh well, that
So
was
prior
prior.
to the
Yeah,
yeah, so that's all witness testimony. I think they said.
yeah. I didn't see any way of Andy getting out of it. What I did slightly want to touch on is that he used 38 caliber bullets for that revolver. How many times does that revolver pop up in this film?
As the prop.
I think, yeah, not the actual weapon that Andy uses, but
Yeah,
it's
the prop is there a few
yeah.
times. I get what you
Throughout
mean.
20 years, I think it's.
Yeah,
I mean, it's. I see it as like okay, you have it on hand to use it when you can, but it's also a connection to other parts of the film that reflect to I think Andy's choice of the weapon. Well, not Andy's choice of like choosing that specific revolver, but to like being shown to the audience at the times it pops up later of not the specific actual weapon, but just the revolver itself of being a connection to uh, Andy.
you're saying that's intentional?
I think it's intentional.
I don't think it is. You're talking about the display case when Red was looking
That's one
at
of
it in the
yes,
compass, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I don't see.
I think he's also referring to Norton's weapon.
yes, both. I think. Uh, uh, should I be touching on this, Crimson, or should I wait for the act?
I mean, if hmm,
They're all
it's in your mind now,
connected.
might as well just go
Uh,
for it.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I mean, for Norton's weapon, I see it as that's the weapon Andy had to attempt to murder someone that he never did, which means he's innocent and he didn't murder anyone. But then Norton shoots himself with a gun that resembles what Andy had, which would have been in a way Andy shooting Norton, but it clear Norton shoots himself, so Andy is still innocent of murder, even though it somewhat shows that Andy did get the Norton or get Norton in some way. And then when it goes to the display case, it wouldn't have a bunch of nooses there, which would connect Brooks to Red. It shows the revolvers, which is Red's thought on, or well, it's from the audience. I don't know if um, Andy would tell Red what gun he used or had on him. I'm sure over their years together in Shawshank that it was discussed, but for Red to see the lineup of revolvers would connect to Andy from the audience's perspective of is Red going to try to do something like Brooks to get himself back into Shawshank? Is he going to do something like Brooks and take himself out? Is like what's his thing? And I see it as his thought is just hope of Andy and keeping the promise. So it's showing that Andy's on his mind of the revolvers, which then goes to the compass.
So yeah, I think that's entirely on the compass. I don't think he's thinking about Andy when he's looking at those guns. I think it's the
No,
Brooks
no,
Okay,
no.
example.
okay.
I don't think the
Hey,
revolvers make
hold
him
on.
think of Andy. I agree with
Okay,
that. I see it as
I'm
being
gonna weigh.
portrayed to the audience of a connection.
I'm gonna weigh
I
in
don't think so.
here. I'm gonna weigh in here as a first time viewer. What I got from that scene was through his narration, he's explicitly talking about ways he would break his parole to get back home, which is what he considers to be Shawshank. Though, as we find out in the next scene, the reason that he's not doing that is because he made a promise to Andy,
Yes,
which is why over the course of the shot it transitions to
the
the
compass.
compass. But it's definitely starts with him looking at the guns first, not the compass.
But then again, one of the guns is just a I guess a 9 millimeter handgun. I think is in the last line, but it's the fact that they use the revolvers, which connect to the weapon Norton used and Andy used.
Probably cheap.
Well,
Cheap, and
I mean, yeah, it's
I don't know
definitely
how
the budget of
common
they
those
already had.
were.
Well, it's the budget of them already having the weapon on hand for the budgeting department to just put in for the scene. I get that, but also for the use of connection of Andy using it, Norton using it, and now Red's looking at it. So
Do you guys think Andy's intentions were to just scare, or do you think he was actually going to commit murder?
the drinking
Because
part makes it harder
he
to answer
fully
that.
loaded his he fully loaded the gun. It's not like it was an empty gun and he was just going to scare him with it. He loaded it. He was drunk. I think there's definitely potential to
I would
where he
say,
would
yeah,
have actually done it.
there's a high likelihood possibility that he could have murdered them. I don't think it would have been in how the other guy did it of
No, it would not have been eight
firing
shots.
eight shots to reload for one each more, but I'm sure like I don't know how cold he would have been. I don't see Andy as that cold of going in, no word
Wait,
and just firing.
he didn't go in and find the bodies though.
No,
No, he
no.
didn't know they were
He got back
murdered.
in the car and left.
Yeah. Okay. So I
Crimson's
think
saying if he did go in.
oh,
Well,
if he
no,
actually
mine is just what his intent was. He obviously changed his mind, but he went there loading his gun to do something, and I don't think it was to scare.
I think he was there to kill the country club guy.
The golf pro.
Yeah, I think if I were to say that was his original intent, and then eventually he came down from that intent and left. If that's what you're
Yeah,
asking.
I'm just about intent here, because on the stand he said to scare them. I didn't get that vibe purely because he loaded the gun with actual bullets, and it wasn't just like an empty gun or anything.
Also, he was drunk, so
Yeah,
Yeah, the drunk thing makes it a little harder with the intent to kill on his end. I would
I
say
don't
if
know.
he went into that,
It's intentionally
yeah,
ambiguous. The opening.
I
So
think if he went in with a loaded gun under the influence, he would have shot at the golf pro. I think he would have scared his wife by aiming the gun at her, but I don't think he would have ever fired at her.
I don't even know that he would fire. I don't even. Well, again, don't really know if he did go in. He might have even tried to kill the golf pro. He probably just might have fired his gun to scare the shit out of both of them.
True, but I feel like the aiming and if the golf pros, a little more brave, could have gone for the gun, misfired, shot the wife, who knows?
yeah. We're
Who
not trying
knows?
to theorize what would happen. It's just intent is pretty much
I think
all I think.
Andy's intent was to shoot
Because
the
it could
golf
go
pro.
any way if he entered that house.
As I said, it's ambiguous. So that's pretty much my take on it.
Any other questions on that, Crimson? Or
No, I think that's all I got for that.
all right.
Well, I'll jump to the rock hammer, specifically Red talking to Andy about it. I don't know what your intention is. You're gonna kill somebody with it, bash someone in the head with it, something along those lines.
I do like that he's amused.
Yeah, I mean it's a great conversation between them.
Oh yeah, I think I wrote that down on my notes. There's a lot of dialogue in this movie where the conversation there's two different conversations happening at once, or three conversations happening at once. Red's trying to discern his intention with the hammer. Like he thinks that he's going to use it to escape or kill somebody. Uh, and which it's true, as we find out. Andy was well. I don't think that was his plan then,
Mm-mm.
anyway. But he wasn't intentionally trying to escape. He was just trying to get his uh
Hobby
something for
going.
his hobby. Then there was the facet of so there was that on the surface. Then there was the shoot. I had a point. Now it's lost. Um.
Wait, Ryder, you said he got the rock hammer not for the intent to break out.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Just moving on. One
R-
one of the things I liked about it was the fact that it's a layered conversation. So all of these conversations are intertwined, but the intention is like of these conversations are different. So that's what I've been trying to say, I guess, with regarding the scene. Layered dialogue, love it.
I
Yes,
like
and
that this is. Oh, sorry, Crimson. You go ahead first.
I, as host, delegate you go next.
Okay, cool. I like that this is the first conversational piece between Red and Andy shown, and they're keeping tabs on one another. Like they already know of each other. It's not, hi, I'm Andy, yada yada, like first introduction. Because Red knows Andy's past of being the bank killer, the bank, the guy who works at the bank and killed his wife, and then Andy knows that Red is one who can get things.
You gotta
Even
guess
though
things.
later in the film we know that Andy, or knows that Red has rivals who also get stuff in Shawshank, so it's not just Red himself.
Yeah. I like that because it shows the intelligence the both the characters. Like they both information gather, and they both just keep their ear to the ground. They're both smart. It's a very very intelligent conversation. Very very good dialogue.
Yeah, and it's been I think he said a month that Andy didn't really say a word to anybody. Just kept his head low. So yeah, lots of time for them to observe each other, and in Andy's case, just get a sense of the prison, the inner workings.
Oh yeah, okay. So I remember the other facets of the conversations. There's the part with the hammer. There's the part with the sisters. Um, and he's trying to discern like one with the intent with the hammer, like why he's trying to get it. Uh, they also negotiate a price, and they also talk about the prison gangs more or less. So there's three conversations happening at once that are intertwined naturally within the single subject of him wanting to get something for his hobby. It was very very well written. That's all.
Yes, and it was this time where he was throwing the baseball, right? It wasn't later in the film.
Yes,
No,
this is
this
the
he
scene
starts
where
the baseball
he's
with
throwing the
Haywood.
baseball.
All right.
Haywood, what do you win for? I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
Yeah. Fact. That whole conversation took 9 hours to film. So Morgan Freeman's arm was so exhausted that next day he showed up with a sling on.
9 hours of playing catch. Wow,
Yeah, dedication, and he didn't even complain. Apparently,
God damn, that's a man dedicated to his craft
it's
right
Morgan
there.
Freeman.
and
I mean, it pays off.
let's.
I think it's one of the best written scenes of the film, and probably one of the. I would probably point to it as one of the best written scenes of dialogue that I've seen in a very, very long time. Um,
High praise.
yes, I mean, like I have been bringing both on the podcast and off the podcast how much I really like Andor's dialogue. I actually put this above Andor. This kind of reminds me more of some of Quentin Tarantino scripts because I attribute Quentin Tarantino probably being the best in the business with dialogue writing. This is close to that level, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it is very good.
Well, hopefully Sinister can join us for the recap. I'm curious his thoughts on that parallel.
And we just talking about dedication with actors. It's Tim Robbins, right? Was Andy?
Yes.
Yes.
Terrible with names. Tim Robbins. He actually did some solitary time and research to get into the role. So
Good dedication.
Damn.
is that the fact didn't specify how long he spent in a solitary room, but he at least did it.
I still think it's wild that Tim Robbins did both Shawshank Redemption and Howard the Duck.
Howard the Duck.
Still
Very, very
wild.
two different, very, very different roles.
Yes, very different.
And I guess you also got War of the Worlds. But yeah, the
Yeah,
Spielberg War of the Worlds, mind you, not the old original.
yeah, you're right. They lay down a lot with this. The
right?
just the rock collecting alone, the rock hammer, what Red does in the prison, showing that Andy is
Being
observant,
showing Annie's observant,
talking
showing that
about the sisters. We get Haywood's introduction as well,
Showing
outside
that
the bedding.
showing that Red isn't hostile. He's
Yeah,
questionable. Questions.
lots of
they
ground.
and we get world building on the prison because this is where we are more introduced more properly to the sisters as well.
Yes,
Uh,
top notch.
yes, and we also know that how Morgan Freeman runs his business. Red runs his business. How he marks up the price usually and stuff like that.
He's got to make a profit
Uh,
for himself.
20% markup.
and yeah, they knew. I think one of my favorite parts of it is in the middle of negotiating a price. They also talk about his motives with the hammer. So I think that for the moment for me is when I actually wrote down on my notes that holy shit, this dialogue is like excellently written at an excellent level.
Also go with their
It all feels
mannerisms
natural.
and acting.
Yep.
Like when Red actually seems a bit concerned that Andy's gonna, chuck it into, plunge it into someone's skull, and he just kind of, smirks and says, "Wait till you see it." He doesn't like tell him to stop worrying or, distress him or anything. He just
Yeah.
laughs.
Yeah, because at this point, like there's a reason for them to both be wary of each other because they're still strangers. So, like for him, the concrete proof is in the item he's going to get. Like, not anything he says here will do nothing in comparison to the item itself. You know?
Also, I don't know, Crimson, if you did the fact of inflation on what $10 is in 1947.
I did not.
Neither did I.
I can
But
do that quickly though.
I'm just
So
thinking
talk about
how
something
actually
else while.
expensive that is. We could talk about the
Yeah.
introduction to the warden.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about the warden.
What a
Uh,
dark, dim-lighted room to show him like in a spotlight.
yes. Actually, just before that scene, I have one of my favorite shots in the film, which is him looking up at the sky of the prison as he's walking underneath it. So like he's leaving the world behind almost.
Oh,
Yeah,
of
it's
Andy?
like an
Yeah.
imposing view of the building
Yeah.
towering over him.
Yeah, as but it's like a POV shot of him though, from his
Yeah.
perspective though, as he's walking under. One of my favorite
Hmm.
shots in the film.
Well, too bad I don't have that in the slideshow for the YouTube viewers.
Go watch the show in the movie. Um, yeah, I
Wow, that's
think
an expensive hammer. $141 today.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. Out of curiosity, also do the inflation numbers for the '90s.
Oh,
Oh, that's true. That wouldn't be
that's fair.
today. That would be 94, I guess. But
I mean, it would
Yeah,
still be relevant.
yeah. I'm the reason I'm
94,
bringing that up is because I'm curious if it was more relevant to their time. Because I'm gonna look it up.
68, but I'll round it up to
$68
69 because the cents.
for
So
94.
69. Yeah, man, inflation sucks. That's a big jump from 94 to now.
Yeah.
Uh,
Just for fun, I looked up the prices of current rock hammers right now. And the cheapest price I can see is $15, with the most expensive being $37.
37. Wow. Red got some bunts out of that.
Um,
well, I mean, it's
yeah,
because of what Andy said it was worth. Andy
That's
screwed
true.
himself. He
He
said it was
says
$7.
exotic,
uh,
or not exotic,
I
right?
think it.
Specialty item.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have a 20% markup, and it's a specialty item. How about $10? All right.
Then
Uh,
again, I'm sure there's a good likelihood that Andy didn't pay exactly with cash of $10. He could have used, smokes or playing card, or, some other trade system to get to that value.
Possibly.
Uh, in the 40s, did inmates have an income? Because I know they have now, like not like
Yeah.
an income, an allowance, I guess.
I
Well,
think
I don't.
I think it was limited.
I'll say maybe, but then again, this is Shawshank.
Yeah, so I don't know if prisoners had allowances. It'd be interesting. And he has been there in a month, so it would have enough time to get some cigarettes or
The prison
money if they
industry,
have allowance.
the industry Prison Enhancement Act in 1979, a wave of U.S. legislation reauthorized paid prison labor.
So
Uh,
70s.
At 79.
yeah.
Past
Hmm,
the point of the entire film.
yes. Okay.
Uh,
So yeah,
Jesus
it would have had
Christ.
to have been cigarettes or something else desirable. I don't know how he would have received them. Had to have done some favors for people or something.
Like you can't snuggle up, a poster up someone's bum. I mean, that's
Just do the laundry. I mean, if it was book accurate, he would have carried money with him, but we don't see that in this. So I mean,
I
I
think it's
guess
fine.
that could be
But
something. Where'd he get the money? I don't know how much cigarettes were back then.
I don't know. Well, I
Probably
mean,
not
they were
near many
betting on their,
bucks.
quote unquote horses, or if you want to say fish, or, when they first arrived. And the bets there were of smokes. It wasn't
Yeah.
payment. So I think
Well,
that's still
Red
a use.
asked cigs or coin, and they said cigs.
So, I mean, I think those go hand in hand of value.
Yeah, I just don't know what the conversion rate is.
I don't know. We
Mm.
go to
How
Shawshank
many
and learn
cigarettes
sometime.
equals $1? Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a field trip to Portland, Maine, and see what we can figure out about their prison systems. Um,
And maybe I got it wrong, but Red said 10 on Andy, right?
uh,
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 Oh, the bet.
during the betting, he said 10.
I would guess. Well, I would guess a whole pack because he said he lost 2 packs.
I think he bet a whole pack of cigarettes.
Because then that would be 2-0, right?
So that's what I'm trying to figure out because I think he said 10 on Andy, and then he said he lost 2 packs, which
Well, how much
pretty
is in
sure
a
there's more than
pack?
5 cigarettes in a pack.
Oh yeah.
So I think that might be a little issue there. I was hoping you guys would tell me if I was wrong. Maybe I
Well,
misheard the
unfortunately,
10 and it
Crimson,
was something
I'm
else.
I'm not an avid smoker, so I don't have those numbers on hand.
I know there's more cigarettes, more than 5 cigarettes in a
I would believe so,
pack.
yes.
My father's a smoker. There's more than 5.
I'll go back to the warden though, of the introduction of the warden.
Mm,
He's very blunt and disciplined, religious,
very.
and calm. That's another thing. He has Hadley kind of do the brutality work or the anger,
Yeah, the brunt work. Yeah.
which I think
Um.
just makes him look and come across more sinister.
hmm I agree.
Rule
You know,
1: no
he's got his
blasphemy.
underlings. He's got his underlings, and
The
then
rest
they'll
you'll
figure out.
figure out.
Yeah. I I guess with that following line, I think it was my first viewing. I don't know that I liked that he just beat up the person who asks the first person who asks a reasonable question. I get it's to set a tone probably. Um, but I was kind of thrown out a little bit just by him opening the room to like open questions, and then another person asks a reasonable question, and then Hadley immediately goes over and beats him up and tells him, that he'll eat when he's told to eat or something like that.
I do like Hadley's insults that he throws around throughout this.
Well, doesn't
Yeah.
the first one he calls him like the guy on the bus, the first guy off the bus, he calls him like beef ass or steak ass or something?
Yeah, something like that. But then the one he beat in
Was the first guy
line.
the fat guy?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so.
No, you speak English? Yeah. All right, follow that guy.
Yeah, I think he calls
But
him beef
no, no.
ass, beef
Yeah,
steak, or
and then
I don't know.
the one he hit with the warden. You make it, dick, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Funny stuff.
I got something to touch on. That's real crazy.
All right, crazy stuff.
Andy sticks out from the rest in the chain gang lineup for not wearing a hat. And I think hats play a big part in this film.
Oh God. Okay.
Andy's not wearing a hat, and most of the shots of the lineup in front of him, everyone's wearing a hat. When you have the lineup of the warden, out of all the new inmates, only 4 are not wearing a hat, and they're all standing next to each other. There's from left onward, there's one guy wearing a hat. You have Andy, 3 guys no hats, and then the rest have them. I think that's a usage to stand out. Also, I think it's a little way of doing a yin yang kind of look with Andy and Red, since Red wears a hat a lot throughout the film, and I believe I would say the points of Red not wearing a hat is when he's feeling hope.
I disagree. He pretty much only wears the hat when he's outside.
Well, I'll also say this goes with his hat at the end of the film when he's in the suit and the fedora.
Yeah. Yeah,
And the
sun
fedora
out.
gets blown away.
Yeah, when he finds Andy. Because when he's sitting in the chair at home with the compass, he doesn't have a hat on because he's thinking of Andy. When he's going to the tree, he takes his hat off, sits down, reading the thing about Andy. I mean, it just seems that when he has hope, when he does the one note in the harmonica, he's not wearing a hat. So I just think any
Yeah, it's
time there's
bedtime.
points of hope, at least through Red, it's because of a hat. And I don't know if that's a connection throughout I'm trying to think of a scene where Andy's wearing a hat.
I think
Because
I
I'm trying
can
to
do
think in
you
my head,
one.
even when he's
I can do you one slightly better, Springs. Because I think if I were to draw some symbolism with the hats, I think that when the hats are on, they're playing a role, and when the hats are off, they're not.
oh,
Because
that
then
could
I
be
can
it.
also the reason I'm attributing this is because that also would involve the captain, and I think that makes it more of a pattern. When the captain takes his hat off, we get to see who he really is, and that's when he's beating somebody up. That's what he wants to do.
But when he has the hat on, he's more of the guard.
Yes, and then this also works with Andy too, because Andy does have on like a little Jewish cap, um, sometimes, and he takes it off when he plays music for the whole prison.
That's right. You know what?
So it
I
is
think I
on.
like that connection. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
character.
yeah, when the hat's on, they're playing characters. So like because when Red has the hats on, he's being guarded, and then when it's off, he's being more open. Um, I think the only time where I can think of where I don't think it works with Red is probably when he talks about his being the only guilty man in Shawshank, because I think he's wearing a hat for that scene.
I think so. When they're playing checkers,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think
Again,
when Red goes to give his kind of like testimony to try to get on parole, he takes his hat off and puts it in his hands, right?
all the time, usually,
Okay.
yes.
Except for the last one, doesn't he keep his hat on?
I don't think he has a hat on at
No, when
all.
he's telling the truth on the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is not on. No, I see
Well,
zero
I
connection.
know Crimson thinks this
He
is all
only
BS, but
well, he never wears a hat inside the prison. It's only an outdoor thing. I don't think it has anything to do with Hope, because in the lunchroom when Red talks to Andy about Hope, he still has no hat on, which you're saying no hat means Hope, right? Or is it the other way around?
well, originally I thought it was a Hope connection. But now with what Ryder says of a character difference of, being in a character versus more themselves without it, I think that fits more. I think that's better fitting than my thought on it.
And silence throughout the
Well,
podcast.
he's processing. I mean, to each their own. It's fine. It's
Or
just something I
process? No,
spun.
I just don't think it's a thing. I'm
Well, then
not
it's not a
processing.
thing. But I could write a whole paper on it if I wanted to and get an A. So,
Fat ass dies pretty pretty brutally,
oh, that shows the brutality of Shawshank. Yeah.
and
I kind of like that. Sorry to kind of go on that scene which is uh, I like that Red doesn't, isn't playing fish, pretty much. He's just listening. And he's just taking it all in, like that's what he does. I like that he's not a part of the cruelty. He just watches it because there's nothing more he can do, and it's probably a level of entertainment for him.
I think so. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think it
it's been
also
20
well,
years.
it would
Yeah.
also draw in new inmates to be customers for him, right? If he's not giving them brutality or cruelty.
Yeah, I think it's also absolutely a business strategy. I also like Haywood in that scene as well. Like Haywood's
Yeah.
very happy. Haywood's very, very happy that he won the bet. And then when he realizes that he's about to get beat, he's like, come on, dude, shut up. Like, bury it. Kind of got to stop now. I won the bet, but you don't do this.
Yeah, I think this is interesting on Haywood's character of who he is. Cuz it's a comforting strategy he does of not, not name calling or barking or anything. He's like trying to comfort them and welcome them in to like, this is your new home. I'll show you the ropes. It'll be okay to, kind of break them. And
Mhm.
just his character overall of, I mean, Haywood throughout the film of being not the brightest guy, but this is somewhat his like first introduction of a strategy that no one else is doing. Which I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily it breaks his character of being smart than dumb and smart to back and forth, but I think it's just his way of interacting with people. I think he just tries to get joy and make people happy. He's not one to like hurt people unless he gets hurt, I guess. Um,
Yeah. Like I said, he's also, I mean, to be fair, he's also a little bit selfish because he's trying to win the bet in that scene as
that
well.
is also true.
And like I said, the whole when he realizes the guy's about to get beat, he's trying to backtrack a little bit, whispering under his breath, like,
Being
"Don't, you need to
protective.
stop now." Yeah, like you could definitely tell the regret now in that. So didn't think ahead.
Well, you can totally see when he wins the bet and then gets told that the guy died.
Yeah, and he takes his anger out on Andy in that scene. Sorry, we interrupted you, Crimson. You had thoughts about this scene?
I forgot it.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry.
Sorry, we
That's
kind
fine.
of went off on a tangent.
I've done that before to you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something I'd like to touch on. Um, briefly, I'll touch on it longer. Andy's introduction to Shawshank is getting hosed down,
Sure.
which is
Oh yeah,
forceful and cold,
powdered and hosed.
powder and hosed. Just briefly let that be there. I'll touch on it later.
Rebirth into his new form.
I'm looking through my notes. Anything else for Act 1 do I have?
Well, water is a sign of rebirth. We know this, so or water is a sign of the birth stage. So
Oh, I guess it's good with a writing detail that Red's thought on the rock hammer is it would take 600 years to tunnel out of the wall. And then when Andy does escape later on, he says 600 again, so it's the same number.
mhm. It also
Uh,
shows that Red doesn't know geology.
well, he didn't know where he would have dug the hole, I suppose.
Mhm.
Didn't know it would be a cell or in the courtyard or somewhere else. Because something I'll bring up, I guess now. Andy's is very lucky that he's got the end cell.
Very lucky that he got the end cell. Very lucky that the pipe broke in 3 hits.
Yeah, with a rock.
The pipe, yeah.
Incredibly lucky. Uh, lucky that the lightning storm actually happened. Because if it didn't happen, it's implied he would get caught because of the noise. If it didn't
Mhm.
happen, he could get caught by that, or uh, the warden would have seen his shoes and be like, "Huh, Andy, I see you haven't escaped yet because you didn't break the pipe because there was no thunderstorm. You're in
It
trouble."
would have been, he probably could have seen the thunderstorm rolling in, and that's when he decided that night. But it's still like could have used a little bit more there.
Yeah, that's the
Um,
one kind of touch on for me that's a little hard is how did Andy know a thunderstorm would be that night?
Yeah, if they had a radio in the background to say the weather forecast, that could be something.
Yeah, that would be an easy fix. Just have a radio. Just give the weather forecast. That'd be easy enough.
Or a
I
conversation of someone saying,
yeah.
they've heard and something. But
Mhm. I wonder how long the tunnel was finished for, because we don't really know
which tunnel?
The one
how
he
long he
used to
dug.
get out.
Oh, he does. How long it took him? Is what you're saying?
No, how long it was finished, because it's
Finished,
clearly
yeah.
done by the
Oh,
time he chose to leave. So I'm wondering how long that was actually there.
who knows?
Yeah, Red's narration's like once Tommy was done, so was Andy. So he chose to escape. Something along those lines in his narration.
Well,
Mhm.
I guess that works because of Tommy. I'm trying to think when Andy first got the rock hammer and he's chiseling the A in the wall. Later on, it shows that he breaks off a chunk of the wall, and then it
Mhm.
explains that he puts it out in the courtyard and gets rid of it. But that chunk, did he just hide it with a poster and not chisel any after until the Tommy situation to begin?
No. I
Mm,
definitely think he started from that point.
yeah.
But I mean, because if it was if he had started from the point when Tommy was killed and the Tommy situation started, I wouldn't believe it at all.
No, that Tommy was only there for a year.
Yeah. So, I definitely don't think that's when he started it. I think he started it back then.
Okay, right. So the night he got the rock hammer is when he started.
The
Uh,
night he chipped the wall, he started.
Oh, those aren't the same nights?
no, I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I thought he carved the A the night he got the rock hammer from Brooks.
Mm, I don't
No,
think
we
so.
definitely not, because we can see him having already a mostly carved chess piece.
Oh, okay.
And as he said, that would take him years.
So, something about the film, 20 years. It's back-to-back shots. It could be weeks. Sorry.
So the tunnel was most likely done 2 months before he escaped because he was in solitary while Tommy died. So it was done for a while at least.
Yeah,
I guess that would
I would
show that there was
agree.
also no inspection on his cell while he was in solitary.
That's another point of luck slash convenience that his hammer was never found. Lucky that the warden was okay with the poster because if he wasn't okay with it, then the movie wouldn't work.
Well, I'm sure there's other inmates with
He points out
posters.
the poster and is like, exceptions can be made.
Yeah,
That's when he's trying to kiss up to Andy to get him to work for him.
which is clever on
But
Andy's part for reading the Bible.
a lot has to be in Andy's favor because even handing him the Bible, there would be a weight distribution problem. It would have
Uh,
felt wrong.
yeah. I Once the hammer outline was in the Bible, I had an issue, because I think, if he'd started in the hole, he could have just hid the hammer in the fucking hole. Like they were, like, in
That's
terms
true.
of in terms of what they showed of how they tossed up his room. I don't think I would have had much of an issue.
What a
If he just
risk.
Yeah, it's a big fucking risk for it to be the Bible that he didn't just fucking open it to look.
That made it so much worse. I didn't even think
Yeah,
about that.
yeah. He could have just hit it in the fucking hole that he was digging. It was really dumb.
Wow. Objective. Tick.
Oh, wow.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's a blatant. It's the fact that they showed the hammer was hidden in the Bible is a fucking problem. It sucks that it's a problem, but it's still a problem. Um, and I don't think I'd have much issue with the weight distribution being a thing,
Well, the
because
top of the book would be heavier than the
the
bottom of
book,
the
the
book.
book, but also correspondingly, the pages that are dug out were dug out correspondingly. So like the bottom would still weigh the same because all the pages are still there.
Well, no, the weight of the hammer.
Oh, but
The
it's
top of the hammer is metal.
okay.
The
I,
handle was not.
I've actually held a fucking rock hammer before. I'll be honest, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And if you do, it's because you're looking for it. If that makes sense, it's not noticeable unless you're specifically looking for it.
I can
Um,
believe that it passed,
yeah,
especially with everything else on the warden's mind.
yeah. So
Oh,
like I said, the issue I take is that he hid it there at all, not necessarily the weight distribution of the book itself. That when he was holding it.
no, I'm just thinking the warden's so obsessed with the Bible that he would at least feel a difference. He obviously reads it pretty much daily. At least that would be my
Well, was every
imagination.
Bible distributed to every
Everyone
inmate
at that
the same?
prison has the same one. I don't remember what the war. No, because Andy swaps his Bible with the warden's Bible, so it's the same Bible. So yeah, he would have the same Bible as the inmates.
Still a problem. All right, yeah, that's fair enough.
Luck.
Very lucky.
And I think too much luck. And I mean, it makes for a great payoff at the end.
Yeah, we'll
But
get there. We're talking about the ending. We'll
yeah,
get there.
yeah, we are.
Uh,
Do we have anything else in Act One?
let's see. I'm gonna skim my notes. So give me a
I
second.
think Andy in the laundry room to be told to go to the back was a setup of the sisters.
I forgot I was going to ask that.
I wrote down on
Yeah,
my notes as a first time viewer, I'm 50-50. I wrote down a question mark. It could be interpreted either way because we can see that people are just told to go do their job regularly, but it would be very funny. The reason I find it funny that if it wasn't a setup and the sisters were just literally waiting there for any poor soul to rape.
yeah, that's why I think it was Inside Man type thing because they would have just been sitting there waiting for anyone.
Yeah, I think it's Inside Man because there's no other talk of anyone else but Andy that the scissors targeted.
Mhm.
Also, a very empty room.
And big,
Yeah.
which I think goes to show the isolation, which helps.
Oh, I think I do have one
More
more
luck.
note for the first act.
Okay.
I loved how the hammer was smuggled in.
Yeah, that worked.
Through the
It's
laundry.
very clever. Yeah, it's very clever because whenever a show or movie does this now, I usually hate it because writers don't know what the fuck they're doing these days, or directors most of the time. So I usually hate this sort of thing, but I think they did it very intelligently, and there's only I think one instance of luck, and I honestly could be writing it off because they also take the time to show it as a distraction. Like there's a like from the prisoner nodding to one of the people making the delivery. Like
Mhm.
there's like that's not really subtle, but they at least make a show that one of the delivery guys goes and talks to the officers. So like they're playing distraction while they get the new order in more or less with everything else.
Yeah,
Makes
and
me
I mean
wonder
he
how his competitors smuggle stuff in as
specifically
well.
calls out Red in the line. So I think everyone else just was just line take this one, but specifically for Red,
Yeah.
it shows. Oh shoot, was I don't know if it's that scene or later, but Red puts cigarettes in a guard's uniform, showing the guards are in on it as well, or at least some of them.
Yes. Well, that we know that they're on it later when Andy helped. After Andy helps Hadley.
Oh, with the yeah.
Yeah, that's when we start seeing the more blatant bribery to the guards. I don't think there's any for this first scene though. Um,
Last thing I have of Act One is introduction of Brooks.
You
the
got anything
I
book
to say
delivery
about it?
yeah,
now.
well, I think it's shown as like he could be just a crazy old man who eats maggots first
Oh yeah, the
before
way they introduce him.
yeah before showing Jake.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, I
And
like
he
how
even kind
there
of
is.
puts it towards his mouth before he puts it in his jacket
Yeah,
direction.
Yeah,
that's a
I
juicy
will say
right.
as a first time viewer, I will say I was like, are they like there was that brief moment of like, are they? Is the food actually that bad? And then we see him feed the bird. I'm like, huh, yeah, the movie had me there for a minute. That was nice. I liked it.
Yum yum protein.
Yeah, I was definitely 50-50 on it as a first time viewer. So that was good. I like that scene.
And Jake caring for or sorry Brooks caring for Jake shows he's a caring individual, especially how he talks about Andy later in the film.
Yeah, I
But
mean
I
he's got
think Jake also helps with oh shoot, was it Red? Someone has a whole story about a caged bird. later, towards the end of the film.
Uh,
Damn it.
That would be Red giving the story with regards to Andy. Said some
Yes,
birds aren't meant to be caged.
that's it. Red talking about it. Okay. I think that also connects to Jake. Not being said, like Red's not saying it specifically about Jake, but from a visual point of view beforehand that the audience is, connected to and already knows of Jake and Brooks, um, in the Shawshank itself, I think is parallel to what is being said at that time.
last thing I have for the act is the music. I think that there's only one time I didn't like the music choice. I don't think it fit well. Was during the smuggling bit. It didn't feel like it fit with the rest of the music of this. Kind of felt like Nanny McPhee vibes to me a little bit.
Oh,
I
I don't know,
actually,
it just
I'm
felt
gonna,
off when I heard it.
I'm gonna listen to the scene again actually because that was. And now I'm curious because I'm gonna be honest, I didn't feel that at all.
you said
I
Nanny
don't know.
McPhee vibes?
It just felt more like whimsical is not the right word, but similar.
I definitely felt more lighthearted as from what I remember of it. Let me see.
I,
This didn't feel like it came. If I heard that song in isolation, I wouldn't have thought this movie. But
I
any other song in
okay.
this, I'm like, yeah, that can fit in this movie.
Well, I don't. I think a song to go with it helps. I think if it was just silent of just the noise and people talking, it wouldn't have come across
I
that
agree.
well. It's the first instance of showing how Red gets things. I think it
Yeah, I'm
was a
fine with
darker
music
tone. It
being
would work.
present.
I'm just trying to think
It was
what to
It's okay.
change, like what would replace it.
I think I can sort of see what you're getting at, Crimson. I
mm,
think it fits though. I don't have much of an issue with it. I know why you because it is definitely a little more whimsical sounding, but it still has that like infil. I guess it'd be infiltration, kind of like sneaky job kind of vibe to it. Like cliche sneaky job infiltration vibe to it, where it's, like uh Mission Impossible might have, or a James Bond movie might have, and if it was more on the funnier side as a tone. Um,
Like Pink Panther.
yeah, a little bit of that would probably be, but not as ridiculously over. Like it leans towards that sort of whimsical tone, but it doesn't go that far for me.
I think
uh,
that I think it works. But out of all the pieces of score in the film, I do understand that it does stand out in that way. Yes.
It is the most standoutest one. I would agree with that because I think it's that one that stands out the most to me. And then there's the arrival of fuck, I forgot his name, Tommy.
Tommy. Well, that's just to stick with
that
the
that set the
'60s.
That
yeah,
sets the
set at the
tone.
time.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, they didn't play Jailbird
I
Jailbird
I'm
Rock
just
or
I'm
something.
just
Yeah.
I'm just saying it stands out, not that it's bad. Let's
yeah.
clarify.
And yes, I know Jailbird Rock is later. To defend myself. I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was already halfway through writing an angry comment. What are you talking?
No, thank you. I believe that's
All
all I
right,
have though for Act One.
end of Act One. We'll go
Yeah.
to two, which is Andy fighting off the sisters. To after he does the baseball team's taxes slash the guards baseball
Yeah.
taxes. I guess. 'Cause there's so many baseball players in this. I have to specify.
That's true.
Good to show in the court at the very beginning of the film that Andy was a banker. To talk about that there. So it's not out of the blue of a connection when
Yeah,
he's
it's set
doing
up.
all the taxes and everything for the guards.
I think Red mentions it as well in his narration
Well,
when he's
he
arriving at the prison.
brings it up when Andy asks
And
for
in the
the rock
courtyard.
hammer. Says he's
Yeah.
Yes.
the banker who killed his wife or something.
Yeah. So it's brought up a couple times. Um, I also like the movie scene. Uh, I kind of I got a chuckle with all the prisoners yelling when they saw Rita Hayworth.
I mean, can you blame him? It's Rita Hayworth.
Seen
No,
it. I've seen this
no,
three
not at
times
all.
this month.
Not at all. Horny boys are horny. But I was amused by that. Um,
Must be something with the director and putting old films within his films because he did that with Green Mile as well.
oh, I thought I recognized this director's style. I'm like this.
Oh, did he
I
do
was.
both films?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
I literally wrote down on my notes. This reminds me of a lot of Green Mile somehow, and I don't know
100% does.
why. Because
well, isn't that also based off of a
It's a
Stephen
king.
King
Yeah,
books or collection of books?
yeah. He did Shawshank, Green Mile, and The Mist. I think. I think that's what it was called. All
Oh,
three of them are Stephen King movies slash
he was
books,
never good.
however you want to do it.
well, I think Green Mile was also composed by Thomas Newman, who did this one.
I can see that because I'm with you, writer. Very similar vibe between these movies.
Yep, very good story though. Both.
Which Tom Hanks was approached to play Andy in this at one point,
Oh, I don't
Uh,
know how.
I think he
and
could do
Tom
it.
Hanks.
I mean, it's Tom Hanks. He could do it.
Yeah, it's Tom
Tom
Hanks. He
Hanks
could
turned it
definitely do it.
down because he had no faith in the director because he was relatively new at this point.
And Shawshank was
Uh,
before Green Mile.
yeah,
Yes,
I would imagine he was because no wonder he accepted to do Green Mile then. Uh,
and Brad Pitt was going to be Tommy.
Oh, I can see that. I
yeah,
could
I could see a
totally see
young
that.
Brad Pitt doing that. Yeah,
90s Brad Pitt. Oh yeah. I don't even recognize the guy who plays Tommy.
I
I
haven't seen him
do,
in
but I have
anything.
no idea where.
We
Uh,
need workers for the roof license plate factory.
trying to.
100 men put their names forth. Red rigged it.
No, of course, Red rigged it.
Cheater.
That's where he put the cigarettes in the guard's uniform. That was
Yes.
Yeah.
it. Spring of 1947 outdoor detail. I
No.
really, sorry, I really like when Harley's holding Andy over the side of the roof, and it's that
Mhm.
pan down shot to then go into a side sweeping before the back and forth cuts.
Yeah.
I think that was really good. Stayed in
Was he going to do
focus.
it? Was he going to chuck him off?
Yeah, I could see Harley totally doing that. Yeah,
It's funny. The guy who
This
plays
was before
Tommy.
the prison got corrupted.
could still break his leg. Freaking beat
That looked like
fat
lethal
ass
fight.
earlier unconscious. I mean,
I now know where I recognize Tommy from, and mind you, he doesn't look anything. To be fair, I'm surprised I recognized him at all because he doesn't look like anything. He doesn't look. He looks nothing like Tommy in the thing where I know him from. It's called Ascension. It's a miniseries.
I'm
It's
not
a
familiar.
sci-fi miniseries.
I
He's one of them.
saw the pilot to that.
Yeah, he's the guy on Earth, quote unquote.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember like uh dude, there's a guy on Earth who was complaining about who was trying to question like his grandfather about launching the space program in the '60s, like a interplanetary colonization ship.
Mhm.
Um, he was the guy's grandson, or he was the guy's son, and he's the guy who talked to the student that was super interested in his grandfather. I'm describing this horribly. Anyways, he's the character on Earth in that show.
Alright. Yeah, I don't remember too much from that, unfortunately. Just remember seeing the pilot or episode one. Mm. Yeah, but on the roof, good stuff there. Smart Andy slash kind of dumb Andy with the way he approached it.
Yeah, there was a better way to work that.
He could have made his presence known than walking right up to get a gun in his
Sneaking up
face.
behind
Yeah.
the brutal guards.
Uh,
I loved everyone's reactions to him doing it. Like, Andy, what are you doing? Crazy?
yeah,
And then their faces were even better once he succeeded in his deal at the end. What are you guys looking at? Get back to work.
Yeah. And also that's the first instance scene shown of sunrise slash sunset, right?
First, I think so.
Okay.
let's see.
Because that's a question I'll probably
Yeah.
ask at the end.
How
Okay.
did he nearly throws him off the roof? Damn, I forgot about that. I forgot how close he came to throwing him off the roof.
Yes, very, very
Yeah,
close.
yeah. And he could have phrased his stuff better. To be fair.
Well,
Do
he's
you
a little
trust your
panicked.
wife?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
That was the first thing you said, right? Do you trust your
that
wife?
pretty much.
he goes,
Yeah.
"Oh, isn't that
He,
funny?"
Yeah, yeah. Risky.
yeah.
Uh, You can gift a spouse up to $65,000.
Which I
Tax
don't
free.
think is true of the time it was said.
I don't know. I didn't look into that.
I think it's
It'd be
something that
weird that they
was
just made that
implemented
up.
later, but at
Uh,
least I think
They
I don't
seem
know.
to have done their research for this movie, so I don't know.
Could have been because that was in 1949.
Yes. And trying the roof just like Way Out.
No, other way around. Way out, tar the roof, just like Shawshank.
That's, yeah, pretty direct comparison.
It yes. A way out is pretty much Shawshank. Well, the prison bits anyway. I think it's weird that Hadley took one of the carved rocks Andy had when they were doing the inspection.
Fan of his work.
He also drops it right back in Andy's hand, like he hands it to him as he leaves. I thought
Oh, did he?
we don't see it, but we kind of get the impression that he hands it back. Like there was
On
something about
emotion.
yeah, there was something about emotion like between the two of them that implied that he got it, that he was giving it back. I
Possible.
agree, it's not on screen though. That
Oh,
would
I
be a
guess
problem.
I missed it. I honestly thought he just like took one of them.
Let's see.
Mind explaining this? It's a rock something. Where's my notes for that? I forgot what it
Oh,
was called.
the sandpaper.
Rock blanket.
Yeah.
Yeah. He Yeah, he says it's specifically for polishing the rocks, right? Like it's not for
Shaping and polishing rocks,
yeah, okay.
which would cover up the rock hammer.
Yeah.
Do you think he left it out intentionally so he could explain his rock sculptures?
Uh
Ooh,
I think so. Yeah.
yes.
It would definitely prevent them from looking further into things
Yeah.
because now they see he's shaping a bunch of rocks and
How the
stuff.
heck you chisel these pieces with my nails? No,
Got my teeth.
when I got the spare
Uh
time in the workshop.
yeah. I do like the kind of the story's attempt to romanticize being normal with the whole beer scene and how Morgan Freeman read snidely remarks that even Bradley tried to sound magnanimous after giving them the beer.
Yeah.
And I think it's an interesting detail that Andy's given up drinking.
Well,
I'm
it
sure he
ruined
gave
his
up
life.
before. Yeah.
Yeah,
Smart choice.
yeah, I like that. I like it, but again, I like it, the detail that he would give it up. I think that to me gave me the feeling of like, uh, for me, it was just a reminder of how the ambiguity of the beginning, because I still wasn't 100% sure either way whether he was innocent or actually did commit the crime at this point. But I think that just brought the ambiguity back to my head.
Oh, so if you think he accepted it, it would have leaned more towards he did.
No, I said it just brought to me the ambiguity. If I don't know what I would have thought if he accepted it.
Yeah.
My whole opinion of it was like, oh yeah, I mean, like because he could regret what he did too, whether he did it or not. So that's why that could be a reason in the world where he did do it and he swore off drinking. He could just be regretful of it, which is why he swore off drinking. And the fact that he's innocent, and he believes he doesn't do it is also a reason he got up drinking because he still got in trouble for it.
Yeah.
So for me, that was just a nice detail in terms of Andy's character. So
I think it's a nice detail that Haywood is the one who actually he stood up and went to offer Andy a drink. They didn't call him over or ask him.
yeah, it's a good detail because they all got to feel like men, and I like I like Red's monologue. I like all of Red's monologues. I'm just gonna note that down right now. But I like Red's monologue here as well.
Do we ever get to see Red and Andy play chess?
We do
Well, I don't think
No,
we
not.
do.
they play
Which
checkers.
is unfortunate. I don't think it's objective objectively bad for the film, but I would have certainly liked to have seen
Yeah,
them
it would have
at
been.
least teach or actually do it, actually play it.
Yeah, he was only just finishing the chess piece when he left, right? Or he had just finished the chessboard as he left. Because I know he took the board with him.
Um, yeah, I think it was done.
I'd say at the point of Andy leaving, it
He
was
did
done.
take it.
Yeah, no, he packed. We see him pack it away, is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
like in the plastic bag. So I know it's done when he left, but I don't think we see them play checkers. We also don't.
Well,
Uh,
chess.
in that vein, yeah, sorry, in that vein, Crimson. We also don't get any payoff with the harmonica either.
That's true.
I'd to
That
say,
might be something more, I think, actually.
yeah,
If he played that when he got out Red, he played it at the halfway house, that would have been actually a pretty decent scene, I think.
Do you think that would have
I
gone
don't.
into effect that Morgan Freeman didn't learn how to play a harmonica?
I mean, you can fake playing instruments all the time in movies. Yeah. And Morgan Freeman seems like the kind of guy who would learn just for the role.
Just even
I
if it
would
was just a
agree.
few notes, yeah. In the way that uh, Russell Crowe and Paul Bettany learned how to be fucking master violinist and cello players for their film and Master and Commander. um,
Or that
That's
much of Wesley and Inigo doing fencing.
yeah. Um, I
and I
think
think the harmonica might peter on to actually kind of being a little bit of an issue.
yeah,
Oh,
it's a little bit of
It's a
it's
setup without a payoff.
yeah, that one's definitely like he blows one note of it and then doesn't at all, like
Yeah,
touch it. So I legitimately thought he was gonna play it under the tree.
that
When
would be good
he
too.
when he found the notes, that's when I thought he was gonna play it. When he's by himself, no one can hear him, and he just got this invitation.
a
Because
question
unlike the
then.
chessboard where there's a setup and a payoff, it's not tied to the theme like the harmonica is about hope.
Does
So
Red have the harmonica when he leaves Shawshank?
why wouldn't he?
There's no reason he wouldn't.
Contraband?
On his way out, he gets all his stuff he entered the prison with.
That he entered the
That
prison with. The harmonica was through a rival that
Well,
Andy gave
theoretically,
to
if you
himself.
wanted, you can keep your prison overalls too. I
well,
mean,
yeah, and your prison toothbrush and
I'm just saying,
yeah.
it's never shown of Red leaving anywhere afterwards with the harmonica case. Or even, I guess, without the case of just the harmonica.
I agree. But it's
We're
still a
saying
problem.
it's
This
a
brings.
problem. Yeah.
It's a problem he never plays it?
Okay,
I'm trying to figure
we're
out the
saying
problem of the harmonica.
okay. It is the problem that he doesn't play it. The we I don't have an issue with the so this the him not taking it from the prison with him is baked into the issue. Does that make sense? So like I see the problem you're pointing out of where you don't see him leaving with it. I incorporate that thus into the fact that he never plays it.
Okay, I'm seeing it as if it's shown him with it when he leaves, then yes, it would make sense. Why did he not play it? Because he said his connection, which is the reason why Andy got it from to begin with. If he doesn't have it and it was a self choice to leave it behind, I think that's against Red's character of not taking a gift Andy left him, especially when Andy's not around. If it was contraband and confiscated, and that's why he doesn't have it, would fit into why he doesn't have it when he's left. Unfortunately, it's never, all we know is he doesn't show it when he is gone, when he's out of Shawshank. He never has the case, never has a harmonica, and it doesn't show beforehand of the last scene of the harmonica is him blowing the one note at night. That's it.
Yeah. In the description you just gave me, there's two parts that are a problem, and there's one part that alleviates that, which is the fact that it could have been confiscated. The fact that the other two, I think, though, still outweigh that, because even if it was confiscated, it's still a setup without a payoff, more or less. Like that's what I'm trying to get at a little bit.
Okay. I
Let's say it's contraband. He is the smuggler. He's the go-to smuggler. He could have his laundry guys take it out and then him retrieve it out of prison. It, it's not really a problem of him actually getting it out of the prison.
well then that just shows I suppose that is totally doable, but it also goes on to, well, I guess it could just go backwards. Yeah. No, that makes sense. It could work that way. I believe the harmonica would be an important piece because it's a gift Andy got him. Then again, Andy didn't take every single poster Red got him out. He just took the chessboard. But then again, that's a different circumstance because of how much he was able to
Yeah.
carry on him in the plastic bag to leave with and what was a necessity. And one of the posters he had to keep up to hide the hole, but then that's on Andy and not Red. Um,
Yeah, I
Also,
mean,
the
and he,
size of the harmonica,
the
it's not
difference,
huge.
yeah, the difference also in that as well is that he's escaping while while Red is being let out. So like he has to go on a very very light load because he needs to move as he's escaping. Whereas can take his time and just get his things.
I don't see I don't see the problem the two of you have. I see the payoff of the harmonica as the one note he plays in his cell.
Okay, but you just agreed that it's out of character for him to leave it behind because it's a gift Andy gave him.
Out of choice, yes. If he can take it with him, I would agree. Red would take it with him. Yes.
Well, we
Okay,
know
but
he
we
can
also
now.
agreed that he can.
Well, we agreed he can't. Like he can take anything in his cell when he leaves. I guess
Even
same
if he
would go for
can't, he can
Brooke.
smuggle it out, is what we said, and you agreed with that.
Okay. Yes. I mean that's never shown. I'm leaning more on the confiscation. Could be a possibility if he
You
takes it
never see
out.
it get taken from him.
I don't. I see more on the end of he has it with him then than if he smuggled it out because he didn't go back and get it. Or no scene talks about it, or no narration of Morgan Freeman talks about it. I don't think it's that important that he plays a song with it if he does
I don't
have
need
it
to,
in his
I don't
possession.
need to, I don't need to I don't need him to immaculately play it. My point here is that we're missing a payoff to it still. So like even if he, as you say he blows one note and then he puts it away in the prison, I think that it was a stronger payoff if we're going to go, let's say my example where he plays it under the tree. We don't need to have him play an immaculate song like he's really really good, but have him play several notes out of order, even if like it's just him trying
Play a
to
beginning
express
verse to then
himself.
transition to a next scene.
Maybe, yeah, but it's just him expressing himself more.
Okay. I oh, sure. I see the payoff as the one note in the cell.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess the harmonic I think was my thing. Do you got anything, Crimson?
Just like a popcorn point or the harmonic.
Our popcorn for it, or if you want to say more on the harmonica thing, either or.
You and I are pretty much on the same page that it's not a true payoff and should have been present once he was released
Okay.
because he's all about needing hope, and that was a symbol of hope that Andy talked about in the lunchroom. This music.
Oh, it makes it even worse. I forgot all of Red's speech regarding the music too when the
Yeah,
record is playing throughout the prison. Oh, I forgot about that.
there's a lot weighing on this harmonica that they just don't do. But enough of that talk. What else do we have
We get I guess back to the checkers game when they're outside and he first talks about introducing chess to Red. Um, we get his use of a thought. We get our first use. Well, I think one of the first uses of the thoughtful echo is we get Andy spitting back to Red the common statement of "I'm innocent, Red, just like everybody else here."
here? Yeah, Andy fitting in, even though
Yeah.
he is playing it off that he's guilty at this point,
Yeah.
which is
Well,
interesting.
we know he feels guilty though. we get that in a later scene, so maybe he's just using that. 'Cause, like, whether he's innocent or not, he still feels guilty.
Oh, that was after 2 months in the hole.
That's true. So, but
Yeah, that'll drive anybody going crazy with their past, especially him wasting a good chunk of his life here. And I like how Red's the only guilty man in Shawshank.
yeah, because he owns up to it, and I think because like I said, I think Red's the one that says that we're kind of friends now.
Yeah,
So
we're friends, you and I now, right? Yeah, I guess so. After
yeah,
how
and
many
I
years
think
at this point?
yeah, I think it's also this was one of the first clear indications of passage of time without them specifically stating, because I think we go from this scene where he talks about wanting to carve the chess pieces himself to him carving a chess piece that's nearly done. So it shows that like time has passed, and I quite liked it. There's a lot of visual cues alongside the dialogue and the narration that time is passing. Yeah, it's greatly appreciated. Everything but the character makeup works.
And the fights with the sisters in the film room. Andy scares them into a beating instead of a rape,
Yeah,
which smart on Andy. He should have said that years ago.
Well, I mean, you could have just learned that from a book
I know.
since he read it.
I said that more as a joking manner.
yeah,
But yes, he got put in the infirmary for a month. He loves getting in these monthly intervals throughout this film.
yeah. I will say it was. Uh, I think it wasn't. It was when. Oh fuck! It was the It was when Boggs got ambushed by Captain Hadley in
Mhm.
his cell. I think that's when I really got a confusion because I thought the Boggs and the sisters were two different gangs. I didn't realize they were the same gang, or the Boggs was the leader of the sisters. If that makes sense, I thought they were two different gangs in the previous conversation. Um,
Later.
yeah. So
Is that what Bog? Wait, never mind. You said Boggs or Hadley?
no, no. Well, Boggs gets beat up by Captain Hadley,
Yeah. Okay.
right?
I
So
for some reason I just got completely blank there. Yeah, Boggs.
yeah,
Sure.
I thought that Boggs was a different gang than the sisters, so I was I haven't rewatched it, and this is just a product of me not having the time to rewatch the film yet. I actually don't know if that could have been clearer earlier, but I still note it down because I didn't notice. I thought
When
they were different.
when Red pointed out to Andy the sisters in the courtyard in the beginning, it shows Boggs with the sisters in the middle. So
Yeah, but he also yeah, like I said, it's because Boggs sounds plural. That's why I assumed that they were a
oh,
different
you thought the
gang.
group was called Boggs? The
Yes.
Boggs?
Ah,
Yeah. Yeah, I thought
Okay.
I thought the gang was called the Bogs, and there was a different gang that he was also referring to that was dangerous called the Sisters.
Okay.
That was my
Interesting.
confusion. Either way, I think it kind of works because I know that Bogs is a term for hag, or and it could also be drawn to a witch and therefore drawn to a sister. So I even still I thought there was a layeredness to it.
I mean, could be. That could be a connection to his name.
Or a
Maybe.
bog, also known as a toilet.
Yeah, or Bog, also knows a toilet. Um, yeah, that was definitely. I just wrote down because uh, I don't know why, but there's enemies in the Witcher, the three. You didn't get as far Crimson, so you wouldn't know. But I'll make you play the rest of the game one day. There is a there's an enemy called Bogs in that game. And they're essentially three witches. Like they're dark. They essentially live in a swamp. So it has that sort of swampy bog vibe to it. So like there's things called bog hags and that sort of thing. So that's why I drew the name back to the sisters eventually in like the line of uh, etymology, I suppose. So even still, the bog. Once I learned that Boggs was the leader of the sisters group, I still drew the connection because I could.
Right? He gets paralyzed and drinks food through a straw for the rest of his life. Minimum security penitentiary.
Captain Hadley did a
which
number on him.
was pretty satisfying. I think
Yeah,
they did a good job with Boggs.
yeah. Satisfying ending to a villain we all could hate, or an antagonist, I should say.
That
Pretty villainous for the story.
kind of highlights the protection that the warden brings up to Andy later that he's been had for Andy.
Yeah, this is the first interest of it, right? Because the warden hasn't come to recruit him yet, but the guards at least are already protecting him. I
Yeah,
get the
because
idea that
we get that scene, and then we get the cell check, and
okay,
then that's the checkup
introduction.
on Andy. So I think this was the start of Andy's protection because the warden thought about it. I think.
I don't think it was the warden. I actually think this was Captain Hadley because I don't think the warden's in on it until he has the spell inspection. Because at that point, the warden was told by Hadley. If you get my meaning.
Well, Red said in his narration that he believed that the warden did the cell check to size up Andy, which
Yes.
implies he had thoughts before the cell check.
Well, yeah. Well, the thoughts before the cell check would have been Hadley reporting, "Hey, this guy helped me out. He's pretty smart."
Sure, in that regards, I guess it boils down to was it Hadley's action to beat up Boggs, or was it the warden telling him to do it?
We don't. This. I guess this is the part where I guess the timing would be unclear because if there's more than 2 weeks of time, I probably would assume that it's Captain Hadley's initiative that did that, and then he thus reported to Norton why he did it because I mean, he beat someone within an inch of his life. That would be something he'd have to report to the warden, and then that could have
Mhm.
been the gateway to the conversation about, hey, he's pretty smart and he helps me out, and thus that's what provided the interest in the warden's behalf to do the cell checks.
What are your thoughts, Sprinks?
Um, I don't know.
The only mind you, I fully accept that it can easily be read either way. The reason I lean it being more Captain Hadley's decision, or the reason I prefer it as that, because like I said, it can be read either way, is because it gives him more agency as a character. Because most of the time, he's just a lapdog.
I I can see more as Hadley because it's before Andy's connection to the warden of going through taxes. It's the scenes in between the conversation with Hadley about his situation, and then followed up after, which I guess would could be from a word of mouth of Hadley saying it worked because of what Andy's connection was to then Warden asking Andy. So I'd say focus more on Hadley's decision than the Warden's.
So yeah, the library expansion uh, needs to receive funds, and he's willing to send a letter every week, which
That's not that bad.
isn't. Yeah, it's not really bad at all since all they have is free time in prison. So I'm
Yep.
surprised he didn't do it every day.
But we also don't know if he's repeating the same thing written.
That's
Like
true.
he has a template letter and just sends the same thing over and over
Could
again.
be.
That's what I would
Maybe
have done. But we don't know if he does that. This is my 300th letter. Can you
he just
please
counts.
take
He
into
just
account?
Oh,
counts.
just tally marks.
Yeah, that's funny.
It would show the reader his dedication, because you don't know how many of those people are actually reading his letters.
That's true. I think they were just more annoyed that they just kept getting them. It's
Because it
like it's
was
a way to shut
6
off
years.
spam.
Took him 6 years to get the was it $200?
Ye-
Something like that
Yes. Then the second time was 500,
annually.
and that was with the two letters.
Yeah, and he gets permission to write a letter a week. We also get our first instance of Captain Hadley dropping off another officer to get help
Yes.
from Andy. And he's like, "All right, so you want your son to go to Harvard or Yale?"
And Brooks just being ecstatically and
Folks loved it.
overjoyed. Yeah.
Yeah, Brooks is just happy to have somebody as company.
So this is about the time where I saw, I think, an error in their number tags. Their ID numbers.
Oh, on their uniforms?
Yeah, because I tried to keep track a lot, They did stick with their personal ones. That's not the problem. The problem is the newer inmates get higher numbers. It just keeps going up. So we had Red's number, which is 30,265. And then we have Brooks, who's 30,090 something. I couldn't, his jacket was covering up the single digit, but 90 something. So Red was 175 inmates after Brooks. But Brooks had, at this
20 years on him.
point, like 25 years on Red at this point, being in the prison,
Um, Brooks was
which is a
Brooks was put in 1905, and then 1947 is when Andy went in, and Red was 20 years prior to that. So Brooks was 1905, Red was 1927, and Andy was 1947.
yeah, so 20 something years. So that was a discrepancy in the numbers because Andy's to Reds, I didn't write Andy's, but it made sense, whatever it was. And then Tommy's was 46,000 something, which was
Makes sense as
a
it's
long time later.
years later.
That would have been the gap pretty much between Brooks and
Red, Andy?
Red.
Oh, with Red.
So that was the only discrepancy I caught with the ID numbers because everybody else's made sense.
Yeah.
Brooks should have
Well,
been in the
I mean,
20,000s.
the United States for-profit prison system wasn't really, going full bore yet.
Yeah, but 175 inmates within 20
Yeah,
something
yeah.
years.
I'm cracking a joke. It's still a problem.
Yeah.
It's minor, but it's there.
I think that's the rest I have for this act. You guys?
I think the last thing I have is when Boggs is trying to crawl out of the cell to get help or escape or anything. He's so isolated by all just the steel, the metal, and everything's gray, and
And
he's
also,
alone.
nobody likes him.
Yeah. Even when he gets dragged back in, you don't see like his feet get dragged or not from an angle of actually being pulled. It's just him going back into the cell.
I guess this is a subjective question. Doesn't matter in context of the movie really, but do you prefer that it was silence or if people would have clapped?
Oh,
Oh,
I
when he
prefer the
got taken
silence.
away?
I
Yeah,
prefer
when
the
he's getting
silence.
yanked and beat up
I'll
in
go
the
for the
cell.
silence because it didn't seem like he targeted a lot of people. There could have been more people than just Andy who were being attacked, but it never touched on, never said anything.
If it showed them picking on other people, I probably would have preferred more cheering or
Yeah,
clapping.
Red made
But
it sound like Andy was targeted like every week.
It was just interesting because when Fatty died, there was people cheering for it as well in the background. Not, it wasn't just
they
Haywood
were
being like,
cheering for it
"Stop
until he
it."
was almost dead.
Oh, when he was unconscious,
There
it
was
was
one guy in the
silence.
background. Yeah, when he was stopped moving. Yeah, when it
Yeah.
went silent.
That's when the cheering stopped at that point because he just kept going and going, and
Yeah.
one of the
Well,
last things they said.
Well, it it's good
it's
to
a
show
pretty
the
active
difference of the whole prison.
block.
There's the brutality ones. You got the people who, the pacifists, no fight. It's a mix of everyone. They're not all the same, character. They're not all
Yeah,
so.
I kind of like that. Everyone's their own individual. It's not just a uniform prison.
Okay. Ryder, did you have anything else?
Uh, yes, I like we skipped like 3 years during the tax return scene. Uh, First year he did half the tax returns for the guards. Did tax returns for half the guards at Shawshank. The next year he did all the guards. The year after that was they rescheduled baseball season around him, so all the guards from other. Okay, I was confused about this. I wrote it down. It's the baseball teams are comprised of guards from other prisons. Is what I'm getting at, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then they scheduled baseball season around tax season, which I thought was hilarious. Um, and then I kind of like that he got so busy that he got a staff, more or less.
Yeah. Kept Red out of the wood shop a month out of the year.
I think it's nice to show that on Andy's character, he has all the information of all their funds and savings for every guard, and then the wardens, but he seems afterwards only to target the warden. He didn't take
The
funds
guard.
from everyone.
I mean, the guards are most of the guards there are just doing their job.
Yeah. I'm
You
just saying
know.
Andy didn't like do a get rich scheme of, taking it
Oh
from
yeah, he
everyone.
could have screwed up this
Oh
entire
yeah.
prison. He could have
Yeah.
taken it all the way down.
But Randall
Yeah.
Stevens was just connected
Yeah.
to the additional funds and laundering of the warden.
Yeah. Uh, It's part of the reason why he probably kept it isolated to the warden. Because, Andy's not cruel or vindictive, and then what did the other officers do for him? Even in solitary, one of the officers just tells him that
Well,
Tommy passed,
did
right?
Andy do
So
anything out of Hadley's funds? Because when they come to arrest them, they take Hadley.
Well, I mean, Andy sent in all the evidence to the press, and that's why he got arrested.
Okay, for his
Red's
brutality.
narration described that Andy took the warden's fund. So I don't know if Hadley gets money from the warden's fund. Maybe I don't know.
probably gets paid extra for doing special beat ups and special jobs. So
Yeah,
I would imagine that's why he got taken in. That's not too much of an issue. It's just
but it wasn't specified that he took specifically from Hadley. If that's what
Okay.
you're asking. But Andy did not take that much because he said the warden would have millions, and he only took 300,000.
Well, I think that's
Obviously,
all
he
he
left
needed.
it there that so there's actual proof to convict.
yeah.
Like,
Skim
look, there's
skim
all the
just
dirty
enough
money.
off the top.
Yeah,
That's
but
his severance
he
pay,
could have
as
took
Red
more.
pointed out.
But I
Yep.
believe that's all I have on Act 2.
All right, Act 3 is Brooks and Haywood with the knife, and ends with Randall Stevens, which is when Red and Andy are talking about it. So, writer, do you want to start off on this one?
Sure. I love the tone shift, I guess, between like the nonchalance of going about your day in the tax season to Brooks snapping and almost killing Hayward. Like it shows that he's not quite all right in the head, and probably why he ended up there in the first place. Um,
Yeah,
It never
and
said
it's
especially
what.
to go off the
it's
book.
it's 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 a
Well,
silent tone. Sorry, what
yeah,
did you say?
off the book, Brooks was convicted for killing his wife. Was it?
His wife and daughter, because he was having a losing streak in poker. So
No.
he's very impulsive, based off the
Yeah.
book, anyways.
So I do like that. Um, I mean, because that fits right in almost with how he reacted here or broke down. I guess I just like the tone shift because it goes from that lackadaisical day to day routine of tax returns and shit to this where it's just kind of silent and then they have to talk him down. And then it cuts to another one of my favorite monologues from Red. Trying to explain to Haywood, to kind of back off of being angry at Brooks. Uh,
The
telling
institutionalized thing later, or like
no,
right after when he gets pulled off.
the institutionalized thing is right here, like right after they talk him down. That's the institutionalized part and the monologue with like how you get used to the prison walls.
Yeah,
And
Brooks had some good acting.
yes, and he lets a fully grown bird go, which is a nice detail that Jake's grown up and fully grown, either Raven or Crow.
Yeah. And I think it says that Brooks is leaving parole after 50 years, making it then 1955, which is from the start of what we saw. It's been 8 years since the introduction of Brooks and Jake. So my best guess is that letting Jake go, he's 8 years old.
Yeah, that would be the safe bet. I don't really know how long ravens and crows live for. A lot of birds live to their 30s, so maybe they fit under that umbrella.
Just to show the time connection between that.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time we hear the somber music because the same song that plays here for Brooks also plays for Red when he's let out of prison too.
Yeah, but
Obviously,
the
they have
acting
different
they
endings.
portray is makes it different.
Yeah.
Brooks is so sad.
Well, I mean, no, and Red is very sad too. It's not until the reveal that he's still keeping his promise to Andy that we understand the difference, I suppose. I like there's a new store manager at the same grocery store as well.
Oh, it's been a couple years, yeah.
Couple, or like 25.
Yeah, that's a couple. I do
Uh,
like that the narrative is still is being told through Brooks, and it's not
yeah,
being
I
read out
like.
as read.
Yeah, I do appreciate that as well. That then this is the only time the narration shifts away from Red. Right, is here for Brooks.
No, it also does it to Andy on the letter at the end.
Oh, that's true. Oh, well, that's a letter, not necessarily narration.
That
Well, wasn't this still a
brings up a
letter
question.
that was sent to Red?
Yeah. Uh, Question I have is the whole narration of Red read from a letter? Because Brooks, his narration's from a letter. Andy's is from a letter. Is Red telling the whole story of Andy a letter or a journal of some sort?
You know what Crimson could be? We never see the letter. Is every narration piece in the film being read off? Who knows?
To add a little Raven fact for you guys, I looked it up. Uh, Assuming it's a Raven, they live 10 to 15 years in the wild, but up to 40 to 50 years in captivity. That's a
Wow,
large gap.
Jesus Christ.
being taken care of better.
Yeah, don't get eaten by other birds
Don't
or
get pushed out of
snakes.
the nest.
That's true. I wonder if those get averaged in.
One, I guess one of the details I like of Brooks' narration through the letter is him feeding birds at the park is one of his favorite activities. Just a small thing that I really loved.
Yeah, hoping Jake will come back,
Yeah.
which is also a bit sad.
Yeah.
Certainly is.
And then, we get because everything here is also set up for the parallels with Andy later, only the distinct difference being that sorry, with Red later on. Except the only distinct difference is that Red has got a promise that he's trying to keep. It's a very, very good scene. The music also does a great job.
One little thing I'll touch on that wasn't quite done well is well, it was an attempt. Every cut back to Brooks holding the knife to Haywood's neck, the blood pattern is different.
Different spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same mark near
Noticed
the
that
neck,
as
but
well.
the amount and whatnot is changed.
Wonder how many shots they had to do it on.
I don't know. It probably didn't take 9
If the
hours.
baseball took 9 hours,
Yeah.
I mean, how long did this take? For Brooks, his little segment, really liked him pointing out cars as something that's just ballooned.
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah.
been out
Saw
since
an automobile once
1905.
as a kid. Yeah,
Now they're everywhere.
now they're
Yeah.
everywhere, and it's a
50
nice
years,
detail
man.
that obviously he doesn't know the rules of the road. If you watch a lot of old footage from 19 teens, people just walk all over the streets. They hardly even look both ways because horses aren't going fast enough to like ram you. They can usually just stop in time, opposed to a car. This is nice details in that stuff you don't really think about.
Yeah. Also, horses are never normally going full speed, so even if they do hit you, you're not gonna die.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think it's a nice little touching thing that Brooks called Shawshank home. They wanted to be sent home, which shows his
wanted to kill
being
his boss.
institutionalized.
Yes,
Yep. All I have for books, Brooks. So
Uh, I think it's a good detail that when the end table knocks over, the mirror in the background matches the movements of the legs.
that's true. And I like that he carves his name, I guess, too, like he used in the prison wall.
Well,
so
do you think Brooks knows that's the room they send the people to? Like, is that a specific hotel that?
No, I don't think Brooks knows that.
Okay.
But
No, Brooks said that in his narration that this is the
yeah,
halfway house for inmates.
is that what he said? I thought he said
Yeah.
I thought he said the board just got him a place, room and board to stay in.
No, he so called it a halfway house
I
for
missed
the
it then.
yeah,
Okay.
which is obviously why Red also ends up there because it's just the normal place they send him. My question is, would they have gotten rid of the Brooks thing on the wall after 10 years? Because Brooks was let out 55, yeah,
Yep. 55.
and then Red is 66, 67. Because we
Yes.
don't know
Red is
specifically when he leaves.
yeah.
Andy
Presumably
leaves
red is
66.
presumably red is after 66.
Yeah. So 10 years, I think they would have patched that, but that's a minor thing.
I think it's minor enough because when Red's there, nothing's like redone. So I think everything's still in good standing.
Cheap place.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a minor thing, but it's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna affect my objective.
No,
Little thing I'll
It's too
shocked if it
small.
had.
little thing I'll touch on
Yeah.
is when Brooks leaves, the camera shot behind him shows the prison. That he's more connected to the prison from him exiting
Oh, how it's the
Shawshank,
opposite of Reds.
opposite of Red's. And then when they're on the bus, Brooks is on the left, Red is on the right.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah, I like that.
Facing
Nice,
the
nice
prison,
catch there.
facing.
I didn't catch that until you brought up. Like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
they're opposite.
Brooks shows that he's connected more to Shawshank, as for Red is showing that he's more towards freedom.
What's Andy? Andy Dufresne.
Well, I guess yeah, okay. My what I was gonna say is pretty much exactly the same thing, just in a different way. So we'll pass that.
I know when films and television do a death of a character, um, and more towards a liked character, they try to give that cushion of grief to the audience, of breathing room before continuing.
Mm-hmm.
And the usage of this was the um, what was it? The usage of this was the death of Brooks immediately went into the good news of the library being accepted from, or the letters being accepted from Andy. So it wasn't. I didn't think it was that much time given for grief, but then again, Brooks was a supporting side character, so I guess it just pairs that a sad scene directly to a good scene.
Sure.
Uh,
Do you think it needed time, or do you think it was an appropriate?
I think it was an appropriate amount of time because of how much screen time Brooks had to that point. I think what really makes Brooks a more of a standout character is just the whole narration of him discussing him being out of prison to get more of a connection towards him.
uh, I'm gonna disagree with you, Springs, in the sense that I do think he gets the attention that he deserves as a character. Like, I know you agree that it works time wise, but I think it's plenty because he's brought up in conversations several times after this, even before the reveal of the name of the library.
I think it's talking more of like audience reaction time because Brooks obviously, like you said, gets brought up. He's not forgotten about anymore. It's just there's usually
Oh,
a
you mean
period after the death for the audience to
I
realize.
I so okay. This is probably on me, and this is very subjective. So I guess take that for you will. One we get Andy reading the comment that the letter to Red, and we get Red's reaction to it, which I think helps the I guess the audience realizing. And then it's also just after this we get Andy playing music for the whole prison. I think because of how recent Brooks' his death is, I actually tie the music stuff into the mourning of Brooks.
I didn't read that.
The reason I do it is because well, I do it more so now in retrospect. The reason I do it is because as soon as Andy's out of solitary confinement, among the first things they talk about is Brooks. So I incorporated the music in as part of the mourning, more or less. It's a small, teeny tiny, like
That yeah,
rebelling.
No,
which is
that
why
that
I
can that can connect.
yeah, which is why for me I think that that mourning period is lasts longer, at
Mm.
least in terms of feeling from the movie. Like
For
so that's
audience sake, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Pace wise.
Like I said, this is for like I said that's
Yeah.
first that's purely subjective, but because I can the music could be its own thing, but I happen to tie it into the Brooks mourning as well. It's a multifaceted scene. It functions as Andy having it, rebelling a little bit, so we get a little taste of like, haha, fuck this place because it thematically what happened to Brooks blends into why Andy does this because Brooks was so institutionalized by this place that he relies on it so much that Andy's choice to thus rebel against it has more weight and meaning. So that's why I connect the scenes so heavily to his choice to play music for the prison.
I'm going to pinch a loaf. Thought that was just a funny line.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
very
just
weird.
saying you gotta go poop.
Yeah. Gotta go to the restroom. I gotta pinch a loaf.
I like that
Slang
as
of
soon
that
as
time.
yeah, I like that as soon as Andy gets the books and some of the funds, he's like, "All right, I'll up myself to 2 letters a week now." It's like,
Yeah. They've
uh,
shown their weakness. I can get what I want.
yes.
I guess also something I saw that I don't doesn't break the movie for me. Just a slight questioning. When Andy's playing the music to the courtyard, which is a very rare, probably only instance this has ever occurred thing,
Mhm.
there's a guard in the courtyard amongst the inmates. I'm surprised the guard isn't like A, just not present, or B, running to go try to investigate what is happening.
Well, you can't just leave the inmates.
I
There's
mean,
other people that can
there's
handle this
there's also
situation.
not that's also not the only guard we see though, Springs. So there's that one for the outside, but there's also the ones on the inside where like a couple of them are also looking out the windows and standing inside with
In
Red
the
in the prison.
infirmary area as
Yeah.
well.
So we can see that they're reacting to it, but they also know that there's clearly people closer to deal with that as an issue.
Yeah, all the guards wouldn't leave their position just to turn off the music.
Yeah.
It's
Uh so I guess well my thematic reading of that was that at the end of the day they're all equal, whether they realize it or not. It's the whole thing of death will come for everybody. um, not that dark is what I'm taking. It's not even taking that scene to be that dark, but I didn't really have an issue with that. It's just the idea behind it is that they're all equal still at the end. That's kind of where it comes from for me.
uh, do you guys want to know what the song's about, or do you want to be like Red and not want to know?
I'll be like, Red, don't want to know.
Okay. All right.
I know what the song's about, so
All right. Well, audience, if
but
you want to know, look it up yourself.
yeah, I already know. So
I know it's probably
Uh,
specifically chosen for the film for the scene, but
oh
well,
yeah, well
it's two pronged. Yes, to that. It's also what the director he listened to a lot of Mozart when he had writer's block, and this was one of the songs he listened to.
I actually do like something that Red brings up here. He kind of unintentionally stumbles onto like the idea of music as a beautiful art form. I'm kind of sad Sinister can't hear me give a monologue about this, but
Mhm.
I like the breadth of imagination that can be offered with just music by itself. Like the idea that you visualize the meaning behind music in isolation without knowing anything that someone might be saying or something that comes without visuals. Like so, you get to ascribe the meaning of your whatever you imagine to the music. Um, it works in a way that like unfortunately that it's an interesting thing that it's something that that writing can't do and filmmaking can't do or is that music by itself with no visuals will still give you an emotion and thus your imagination will ascribe the imagery to your brain of how you feel about it and you if you're making up the meaning of the song it's a very very different art and it's a very very different form of appreciation for it. So I quite liked Red's description about how he was describing the meaning of it uh, to himself because he had no idea what they were saying. This was nice. I liked it.
Can you find the connection to that, Crimson? Or understand?
Can I comprehend such a massive mind thoughting
I'm
blah
asking
blah blah
because I
nonsense?
believe we've
Uh,
shared and discussed your take on when it comes to reading things. You can't imagine the visuals in your head.
um, in terms of reading and visualizing, I mean, I could picture what he's saying, but yeah, when I hear a song, I don't visualize anything. I just listen to the music. But I know that there's people that can do that, so I'm sure on Writer's Point, and that fits in.
Okay.
In regards to the music playing, the last thing I think I have for that is when Randy Andy turns it up against the warden's wishes. That was improv. That was not part of the script.
What was he supposed to do in the script?
Turn it off. He turned it up.
Uh, yeah, I think it works better. The improvisation.
He
Yeah,
was
I
more of a
agree.
free soul.
A little bit of a rebellion. I like it.
We got him.
Anything else
That
on the
got him
scene? Because if
2
not, I'll jump
weeks,
somewhere else.
right?
Okay.
Hmm?
That got him 2 weeks in the hole.
Yes.
Uh, okay. Dumb question for you, Crimson.
Yeah.
I forgot what Randall Stevens is, or what do you mean by that in the act structure?
That's the fake, the phantom, his made up
Oh, got it, got it.
person.
When he's talking, so when he's describing it in the library, is what you mean
Yes,
as the
when he's
actor.
talking
Okay.
to Red. I'll jump to when the warden takes a bribe. Is this his first instance, or is this just another?
Hell no, it's
Oh,
not.
it's got to be another.
Absolutely not. It's just a dime a dozen.
Okay.
Did you think it could
Uh,
be his first instance?
yeah, because we don't really see anything before that. We never hear Andy talk about dirty money at this point. That's afterwards when he makes up Randall. Anything before this, all his connection with the warden is tax stuff.
Well, then that would go. Do you think Randall Stevens is created off of this one instance?
We don't know how much time is between Randall Stevens and this bribe.
And we don't know when Randall Stevens was made. We know when it
Also
was
true.
shared with Red.
So I only have to go off what we get in the movie, and we don't really get a hint of the warden being dirty yet. So I would say this would be.
Okay. And I see it as pairing to the next scene of discussing with Red. So it's not an out of the blue scene.
I agree. It's certainly connected. But I was curious if you guys thought it was his first or not, because we don't get any dirty warden other than he just allows Hadley to beat up prisoners.
No, I'm still in the camp. This is just a dime a dozen, mostly because it lends to the next scene of how he already created this big fiction on behalf of the warden to make him a millionaire, quote unquote. Um,
It kind of helps show
and
the scenery transition as well with the Inside Out program being made. That now it's an outside scene with another individual. Whereas if it was just the warden, going out and about to make some kind of dirty money thing, it would have stand out a little more of pairing scenes than the transition it's using here. I will point out, however, slight error. The pie tin changes.
To what degree?
The
Like
pie
it's a
tin
different material or
in the original,
something?
yes, in the original box is like an aluminum, like pie tin, I believe. And then when Red is eating it, when they're discussing Randall Stevens, it's metal.
Hmm. Yeah,
And that's my
I
guessing
suppose
that they
so.
didn't move the pie into a different tin, and that it's the same pie.
Yeah.
we
Well, then
also
you must
so
have
we
something.
yeah so we also get Red gets a rejection gift from Andy for being getting his parole rejected because it was then for me I realized that at least the dates are either very close together or they're on the same day. That he gets rejected is also Andy's anniversary for being in the prison because they both got each other gifts, which is quite a neat detail.
And it's nice. I guess it shows a strength in their friendship that they're the only two who got each other gifts. Not like a bunch of people gave, Red is like, oh, here's 2 cigarettes, congrats, or
Yeah, Andy got him a harmonica and he got a new girl for
which
his
kind of brings up
collection.
to me, what happens to the old posters?
Give them to someone else, throw
Oh,
them
I'm sure.
away.
I'm sure someone else in the prison can find use for them.
Okay.
It's contraband. I'm sure it's worth a trade. You can have my Rita poster for a pack of cigs.
I guess that's somewhat of another question. Do you think Andy smoked at all?
Well, we never see it, so I'll say no.
Yeah, don't see that one because that would have been something that would could be easily shown
Yeah. I'm
in
I'm in the
passing.
boat of he never smoked, but he used it for currency.
Yeah. Why would you smoke your own stores for currency? Um, and then we get Red playing the one note on the harmonica
Which to me
as
shows
well.
that Andy got under his skin that hope still exists. Which is nice that it's after the scene of him getting rejected of trying to be truthful.
Yeah. Uh, and also before that too, we kind of skipped over the whole hope talk that Andy gives after
Oh,
being
when
let
he's
out
sitting,
from
yeah.
the solitary. Really nice, good dialogue. Let's
Yes.
see. Then we get the Brooks Memorial Library because the library finishes.
1959 is the time period for that then.
Yeah. And he said by the time Kennedy was shot, they had a full library, and then it's the sign of Brooks Memorial Library is hanging. Hayward's getting to listen to music that he likes.
That's an error
No,
of a fact I looked up.
all
The
right.
record that Haywood is listening to of Hank Williams' greatest hits came out in 1970, which is in the
Wow.
future.
Is that what he was listening to? Because I don't think
Yes.
he says greatest hits. Does he?
It's on the record he's holding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know the dialogue is like he doesn't say it's the greatest hits. He just said they have the biggest Hayward
Hank Williams.
collection.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the biggest Hank Williams collection. And then we get the bribery uh, after Norton introduces the Inside Out program. And then I think it is Red's dialogue that said, Red's narration that is behind every shady deal and every dollar paid, and he kept the books.
Yep.
So we get to see kind of the routine of that, which was nice. I quite liked it. It was a nice transition, but it's Red's narration, by the way, Kerms, and that leads me to believe this isn't his first bribe. And
Is
then
that narration after the bribe?
during and throughout.
Mm. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really shift me then. But fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, it's just how I interpret it. Uh, and then we get the talk, the chatting with Dirty Money through the going through Norton's accounts and how Andy has created a fictional character, more or less. That's a person that's real and all, but you know,
And Red can't believe it.
A birth
yep,
certificate, social security number, a license. He's a phantom. Phantom,
yeah.
phantom.
And then we get one of my favorite quotes from Andy. You know, the funny thing is, on the outside, I was an honest man, straight as an arrow. I had to come to prison to be a crook.
It's a good line.
Like it.
It is. It is indeed.
And his delivery of it. So
Oh yeah.
smart.
And Red's reaction with the laugh
Yeah.
Yep.
was good.
Such great actors acting off of each other. It's wonderful, beautiful, and they have a good script too. Just elevates everything.
So shows how good Morgan Freeman is because he did not enjoy his time on set for filming this. Apparently, it was rocky.
Yeah,
Rocky.
good actor though. Yeah.
Anything else this act? That's all I got.
Crimson, I'm going to guess that you didn't know. I mean, I don't, but Morgan Freeman's film roles before and after Shawshank? What sandwiched?
No, I didn't look that deep
Okay.
into individual people's stuff.
To see what he just came off of and what he went into.
Mm-mm. Didn't do
Okay.
that with Robins either.
I love the introduction of Tommy with the music. Yeah, like as I said, it's as we kind of said, it's like it stands out the tone, but it works. You know, it's different from all the music we've heard up to this point. But it's
Yeah, sets
but
the
it's
tone, sets up the energy this character provides,
yeah.
and the time they're in. Because it's like he's a full-on greaser with that hair and everything.
Yeah. Red narrates his history for us. Young punk who was cocky, brash, and a rock and roll kid, and they all liked him immediately.
Yeah. 1965.
Yeah, I like that.
Uh,
I like that in our one of our first introductory scenes to him, he's yelling at the old Morgan Freeman's, yelling at Red and the other old men. It's like, "Hey, you're slowing me down, old man," and they all smirk and they continue on. It was nice.
yeah. I should have. I wish I looked back. Does the bus ever upgrade, or is it the same
Uh,
bus? Because it should change, I would imagine, after 20 years.
I did not check.
I did check the
Uh,
uniforms. If they changed, I couldn't tell. They were
yeah,
so close.
I have a few complaints about that. Captain Hadley would have been either promoted out of his position or have been transferred over to a position with better standing in the 20 years he's presiding over there.
There's the fact that he might just like his position. Likes to beat up on the inmates. What other position would have been above captain in the prison?
Oh, you'd have been director. Or I mean, like, you mean towards guards and stuff like that? There's other security positions that would have opened up. Is was
Oh yeah,
my
but he kind of gives like a hand-on kind of vibe. I don't see him
yeah,
as like a
it's
manager
true.
position.
I don't deny that, but I'm just saying it's just he would have still either upgraded out to a better position for better pay and things like that.
He gets dirty money. I'm not too worried about it.
Let's see. I was gonna look something up. Right. I was gonna look at the fucking prison bus.
Oh, it definitely should. I think upgrade.
Yeah, I'll let you know in a second. Um, I guess while I'm looking this up, um, where did I put my notes on this? Um, I like that that Andy pokes fun at him for being in and out of prisons. I would consider you know finding a different profession because you're terrible at getting into prison in and out of
Yeah, he's
prisons.
been in and out of prisons for 13 years, or since he was 13.
Mhm.
Um, did he say how old he is or anything like that? I don't know how long he's been in and out of prisons. He certainly ain't 13.
He's been out in and out of prison
He's got a
for
kid. He's got a wife,
and a young wife. Yeah.
which is unfortunate towards the end of this.
Yeah, which is very unfortunate. But I like that it's a part of it. It's what inspires him to get his high school diploma.
As a GED.
Yeah. Uh,
I
let's
don't
see.
I don't read good.
Yeah. We also got a
Well,
thoughtful echo from Andy before, when he's still making fun of him about the whole everybody here is innocent.
mm,
Okay. Got my first bus image. Let's go to the next one.
when they were building up, since you're a first time viewer, this will be directed to you. Strength doesn't really matter, even if he was here for this question. Since you didn't really know anything about this movie going in, did you think Andy escaped or killed himself?
The bus does change.
Good.
They're both white, which is why it's hard to tell. But the one from the between before the 40s pretty much is like a rounder kind of got that classical look vibe to it, while the newer one that brings in Tommy is different. So the bus does change. Good detail.
Nice.
Um, all right, you were saying?
As the first time viewer, did you think Andy killed himself or escaped? Because they were building up, he was like, get busy living, get busy dying, 6 foot of rope, kind of building up how sad he is and wants to move on. Did you,
uh,
would you lean for?
it was very meta. I thought he escaped, but that's because I had like 30 minutes of the movie left. um, so unfortunately I didn't really have a emotional attachment. I just thought, practically speaking, that he probably escaped because there's 30 minutes left of the film. Um,
Do you think they did a good job building it up to where it could have been? This was there.
uh, yes, I think they did enough because it's all from Red's point of view. So Red's doubt is enough writing wise for me to also get doubt on an objective level. So that to me is very ambiguous, like the beginning of how his innocence was, or of whether he was the actual murderer or not. Up until the point was, they did a good job. It was very ambiguous because the asking for the rope is done in a way of you know them being scared for Andy, and the way that Red is concerned for Andy, like the way he looks at him and stuff like that as he walks back in. So I do think they did a good job.
It's a follow-up question. Do you think Andy would have told Red? Obviously, for the writers, they chose to not do that so the audience wouldn't be cued in on his
Or
escape
Red's
plan.
for Red's safety, no, I don't think he would have.
Would it have really changed anything if he told him? Because Red still would have said, "Oh, I didn't hear a thing." I don't think it would have changed anything uh,
No,
in
it
terms
does a
of
little bit.
Red's questioning.
His reaction to seeing the hole in the wall, with him being the same as the prison wardens, is being more genuine. I think is helps out a lot. Now Morgan Freeman's a great actor, as we know, but is Red a great actor?
It just seemed like something he could have done because he spoke very vaguely to Red, obviously
I
for
don't.
the audience sake,
Yeah.
because he wanted Red to go to oh shoot, what's the name of that place?
The,
Well, we'll just say Mexico. He wanted him to go to
yeah.
Mexico with him, and he did it in such a vague way. Uh, it's
Well,
I don't
remember
know.
the whole vague way was also a he also talks about that's when he also talks about the tree. It's in the same scene.
Yeah, he's like, whenever you get out, go to the tree. I just think realistically, it'd be like, all right, I plan on escaping. I'm going to leave you something at this tree. Make sure to remember exactly what I'm saying to you. 'Cause I want to meet up with you when you eventually get out. I think that's a more realistic way someone would approach this than the way Andy did.
Well, Andy still drives the point home though about how important it is for him to get the tree.
Yeah, and he's like, promise me to do that, something along those lines.
Yeah.
And then through the letter, he's like, you know the place, right? And then Red says it out loud, the name of the place,
Yeah.
which I found to be an issue because what if he didn't remember the name? He didn't write it in his letter.
Um.
So, whoop, journey over.
Well, actually, he probably could have. I mean, he sends because that the picture of the Titanic that's there, right, or the boat also probably could have had a bit of postcard on the back of it. We're not shown that, but there's plenty of other things there.
Well, we get the narration of the letter, and the letter just says, "You know the place."
Yeah,
So it's clear that it's not stated.
on the
It
letter. I'm not
relies
talking
on
about the
Red's
letter,
memory.
but
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not
but
talking
you're
about the
just
letter. I'm
assuming.
talking. I'm talking about the other things that are there that could just have writing content on there. Obviously, they're playing it off as that Red can remember this conversation that they had. I'm pointing out that even if he didn't, I can assume there's other things there that would have clarified it.
I think that's too much assuming for me. We don't get any hint of that.
But we don't need it. It's there's other things there. There's other content there that's not the letter.
Okay.
Hold on, I might be remembering the scene wrong. I just thought of an idea that might have changed my own mind.
Well, wasn't it the envelope of money and the letter? That was all was in the tin.
That's why
'Cause I'm
I'm looking
pretty sure that's
for it.
all that was in there. If I'm correct, and those were the only two things in that tin, it relies a lot on Red's memory.
Yeah, I know. Let's see.
because at least we do get the postcard earlier with Fort. I forgot what the name of the place was. Fort
Yeah, with the
something on the border.
yeah, it's in Texas where he crossed over.
Yeah. So we get that, which is good. Hints him that Andy's actually going through with what he was saying. But Andy in that postcard didn't state the place, so it's not like he had something to memorize on paper.
Yeah, I
We'll,
think it's
we'll
just
discuss this
10.
now.
Yeah, I think it is just
Just
10.
the
All
10?
right. In that case, yeah, bit of a fucking problem.
Yeah. And I'm glad we can agree on that.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I've only seen it once, so I'm like, I need to go check the scene again.
It's probably
um,
something I'm going to bring up to Sprinks when he gets back. Sure, he has a piece on that.
I think, well, I'm not going to straw man for Springs. I think there is enough for him to remember, but I think like Andy would have hammered a little bit more home about that specific place first, because the idea of hammering the tin is entirely separate for me than hammering home the idea of the place they talk about going to hide out. Um, it's it's just different. So I don't have an issue with him remembering where the tin is supposed to be or where he has to look for it, because Andy spends a lot of time vaguely talking about it and hammering that
Yeah,
home
that
point
that
home,
I'm all right with.
and
That's
then not enough talking about the dream of getting a place at this specific town that's mentioned once offhandedly. If Andy had been more poignant about it, I would be okay with Red remembering where it is.
it's one thing to remember, like a wall leading to an oak on a field. I don't remember what it specifically he said about the field, but that's a bit that's easier to remember than a specific name of a
It is
Mexican
a,
town.
it is a very exotic sounding name for
Yeah,
sure, but
it's.
it's not enough.
I looked it up, and the way it's written, certainly in a different language. I don't even know if I could read it properly. And I took
um,
2 years of Spanish.
yeah.
Oh, there,
Uh,
found it in my notes. Zihuatanego.
yeah.
Zihawa. Yeah, it's hard to remember.
Yes. I think uh, going back to Tommy, who's who then asks, to get his high school diploma. I like that Red narrates it as another project for Andy now that he finished the library. It's just something to keep his mind busy. But it's Andy, so Andy does a good job teaching him. And I like that the kid's an angry young punk, so he doesn't want to know what he got, or that's why he throws the paper away, and then also Andy still sends it to the board of education just because he has either that much faith in him or he looked it over and at this point just recognizes, what a passing grade is and sent it in that way.
Oh, was that the official thing, or was that a test? Like practice?
The thing that he throws away?
Yeah.
Oh, that was an official one.
Oh, I thought that was a test.
No. I mean that was the official test that he was taking that he
I mean,
was
like a
then
practice
sent.
test.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Then I would
That's why
imagine Andy looked it over
yeah.
because you wouldn't just send in a failing test if you know it's a failed test.
Yeah. Um Either way, I still like that Andy picked it out to look at it and sent it in. Um and then one of the guards tells Andy while he's in solitary that the kid passed,
C plus average.
which is enough.
Nancy, Andy gets a nice little smile on his face.
It's
His
a
stubbly, beardy face.
yeah. And then it shows that Andy has a new girl on the wall.
Yeah,
Um,
all of his posters, I think every time we see his cell, there's new pictures on
um,
the background. I
uh,
I know at least 3 times. I didn't pay attention every time, but at least 3 times we see his cell. The
I
pictures are
was just,
different.
I was just tracking the girls, so Because it was
Yeah.
my first time watching, so I was just tracking the girl posters and seeing how those changed out. But I wouldn't be surprised if the others were shifted out too. Uh,
And the last time when he escapes Einstein just sticking his tongue out at the warden. It's funny.
yep, man's
Uh,
prepared.
let's talk about odds. For the odds that Tommy would know the killer for Andy's case. They
Uh,
try their best where he's like he prison hops, he's been in and out all the time, but even with that, that is very slim, small world chance.
yeah, I write it off as convenience, but I will say the movie does put more effort into it than most.
That is true. They do try.
So I label this as more of a so I label this as convenience. I label it in terms of like writing as average because they actually do put a lot of effort in trying to explain how he would know this. Um, but I still agree with you that it's convenient, and the odds are still definitely on the slimmer end. But I still recognize that they're putting effort into trying to explain it. So I still convenient. Odds are still slim, but I don't rate it low as I normally would, because they do put a lot of effort in trying to explain it away. So that raises it for me a little bit.
And they did good casting for that guy. His freaking laugh and the way he explains the murder.
Yeah. I I do like that. I like Tommy's reaction upon hearing from. We only get one shot of it, I think, if I remember correctly, when Red reacts just before, like, after, as Red tells him who Andy is and what he's in for. We get I think one glimpse of
Yeah,
Tommy having like a realization or
you see
something to
his
that effect.
contemplative face. Where he's thinking, "Is this really what I know?" Then we cut back to Red, where he's like, "What?" And then it cuts back to him, and then
Yeah, they're all in the library and he's
yeah.
telling them the story. He's in the Captain America pose, like spinning the chair around. So you're in detention. I love
that's
it.
that's good.
It's a good meme. I like it. It's a respectable meme. And I think Tommy does a good job delivering it. Like, because you can kind of sense the sort of build up as the camera zooms in on him, and he, like, how it starts as a seemingly nothing story, slowly turning into something more meaningful.
Yeah, and Andy's face, he's very attentive. He's really paying attention to it. Red, it's kind of like looking back and forth between Tommy and Andy, like, oh shoot, is he really innocent? Kind of the face he's got going on. Because
Mhm.
even Haywood later, is it Haywood or Hayward? I could never
Uh,
really tell with the way they were
I
saying it.
I think it's Haywood.
Yeah,
The version I
okay,
watched had subtitles on constantly. Uh, I think even those fucked up a couple times, but I think it's Haywood.
Haywood. All right, I'll continue with Haywood. Yeah, Haywood, his reaction to be like, "You saying Andy's actually innocent?" It's
Yeah,
looking that way. Pretty solid. The only innocent man in Shawshank we know of.
that we know of. Well, as we know, everyone is innocent in Shawshank.
I mean, that's just common
That's right.
knowledge.
Yeah.
How could I forget?
All right.
Brinks,
We
you're
were
back.
just got to yeah. Welcome back, Springs. We just got to Tommy telling Andy and uh, Red hit the story of whether Andy's
Ah,
innocent.
gotcha. Well, it's still popcorn, so
Yeah, we definitely popcorned around. We talked about the ending. We talked about
the ending of the movie.
Ending the act
ending
Oh,
of
at
the
okay,
the
end.
okay.
tree area.
Oh, was
Uh,
Red getting to the tree at the end of the act?
oh, no, but we talked about Andy talking about it, and that kind of branched off into that scene.
Hey, that's funny.
Yeah, let's leave that
Uh,
alone for now.
okay. That's enough. Red's longest night. Got it. Just
I don't need to bark back at me.
God, I get it. New poster was
To
introduced
tell
of
you,
okay. New poster was introduced 1966, showing time. I do like that Tommy being a new, younger inmate helps in a sense. We already talked about the aging situation with the 20 plus years. That it makes Andy and the other inmates look older by having a younger
yeah.
person present.
Andy's got reading glasses now. Got grayer hair. It does help.
It's a good visual comparison to show the perception of time passing.
With what you were just talking about of what you were stating, I thought that Tommy's story about the connection to actually who more than likely murdered the golf pro and Andy's wife hits hard as a transaction of like this is going into act 3 of the film. If the film was 3 acts. At least to me, it felt like that. Like it
I would
was
say just
definitely
Tommy's introduction as a whole kind of feels like a different chapter.
I think I could agree. Tommy's whole presence is a chapter. I get of change, but I guess sorry. Rather than for the film, I guess more for Andy himself of the chapters of Andy's life of
Yes.
knowing a way out that he could do the legal way out without cutting corners is just a a solid hit of a
Yeah,
chapter.
it's a big turning point for him because at this point he's still digging that hole.
Yeah.
I did have a question because, like I said, we kind of tangent to the actual tree at one point, but I had a question for you. Ryder and I kind of got ours in on it. Uh, I think it was bad for Andy to not specify in his letter where he is and relying wholly on Red's memory of the place in Mexico. Because in the letter he says, "You know where," and then Red says the name of the
Yeah, it
place.
says it aloud.
I think okay. Actually, to clarify, because what you said, the way you phrased this time brought something into my head. The reason that he wouldn't write it down in the letter explicitly is in case somebody else finds it.
I go
Uh,
with
The but
that.
the, but again the issue that but I do agree with your issue though that Andy didn't imply focus more in on it is still being an issue.
Ooh, I think that statement there, writer kind of balances out. I know it's like what the movie gives us, and Andy does tell Red about it. Trying to think with the tone of Andy of that scene of like how just like after 2 months in the hole, if that would have been the only instance of him telling Red, or if he brings it up like before or has talked amongst like during like meals, like this is someplace he wants to go or would like to go to, like his plan of a hotel and the boat and everything. Like, has he brought up that before publicly with others than just Red? And the scene of telling it to Red makes it sound like this is the first instance to Red. Red as in like, you've told me this before, Andy, or anything like that.
yeah, definitely
But
first time vibes.
Yeah, it's
afterwards,
first time vibes
yeah,
for sure.
that's the first time I think the audience shows that this is shown that Andy has spoken about it, but has he brought it up to Red after the fact then? Because I can see it being more problematic if after all this time, Red has to recall his memory of the one instance Andy told him, opposed to like if Andy's brought it up multiple times afterwards.
We don't know. All we know about Andy is he's pretty private, keeps to himself. I don't know if he'd be spatting that out all the time.
Well, I guess it would also be this the moment of telling Red really stuck with him enough for him to remember. But
Yeah.
I'm more on the side that it wasn't written down specifically for the the case could have been found by anybody.
I mean,
And I think it would have been.
let's
I mean,
say if
it's.
he
I know
wrote
it's
it
for the
down and someone
story.
found it.
Yeah, I know
Exactly.
it's for the story, but like trying to think like if Andy got some random bloke came up to Andy and was like, "Oh, I found this letter of yours, Mr. Dufresne, and just came to say hi." And it's like, to Andy, it's like, Red will never get it now. There's nothing there for Red that he told Red would be. Maybe he'd go try to hunt down Red, but then he's like already had his set life where he is. It just seems very problematic that he made it specifically for Red to find and why. So I think that helps safeguard that for him by
Yeah,
not
let's think
specifically.
a little realistically here. If he wrote down the name of the place and some rando just happened to find that,
No, no,
so
no, no,
they
no.
try to tear down the
That's
tree.
not what I was saying when I was talking about it. I mean more that Red was being watched and the police followed him.
Okay, I
That's
mean,
there's a
I
reason why
don't
he
know.
looks around, like, as he sits down to read the letter. Like
Well,
he is paranoid that someone's going to find him.
he's a colored man in the '60s with a large sum of money
In the middle of nowhere.
in the
But
middle of
yeah,
nowhere.
I mean, I though did the letter say Andy Dufresne on it?
Yes, it did.
It's signed,
It is signed.
but it's signed Andy Train. It's not signed Randall
Yeah,
Stevens.
it's not Randall. Yeah, so he's not traceable. Except, I mean, that location's a big place too. So
I guess did
I I it wouldn't
the letter
lead
didn't hint
directly
at
to him.
anything of the location other than right? It's
You
not
know the
like
place. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
the letter doesn't say anything more than that.
there's no little poetry
Which is
about like
why
the
which is why
ocean or
I,
a
I
place
felt
with
the
no
need to
memory.
clarify. It's why I felt the need.
The cop thing's better. Still, I don't think it's enough for it.
Yeah, no, no. Like I said, I still agree with you. It's a problem because Andy doesn't imply the importance of it enough in their conversation. Um, but there is reason enough for him not to include it in the letter. So I guess I find my issue more in the fact that Andy didn't hammer the point of it home because he emphasizes this place, the importance of
Well,
this place under the tree, very very well,
didn't hammer
while
it
being
home
vague
in
about
the
it.
one scene shown.
Yeah, but we can't assume that much, Springs. I mean, it's not in the
I,
script because
I
he
I-
leaves
I'm
pretty much soon afterwards.
I'm going 50-50. He could have. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you can also go on the scene of the intent that Andy gave Red in the one scene that it could have been the only time. So I'm either way.
Well,
Which for me, I can't
someone else
I
talk.
can't punish something if it's not shown that it could have been the other way.
Oh, oh my! Is that a standard that you're setting now? 'Cause, now I have a lot of
Well, that's what
I'm
he
just
questions.
did
saying
with the
specifically
harmonica.
for this right now.
I know that's why I'm calling. That's why I'm noticing that it's a very specific pattern for this film, but because it's happened multiple times today, now
Well, I
I'm
can
gonna.
understand some things can be clarified and done if just one like for example, we said the lightning storm earlier. If there was a radio thing, like one little thing shown would have aided in that because it's cemented in the film in a way shown to the audience, and it's not just like how. It's not an open question. The harmonica, if Red sat down, put his hat down, put the harmonica next to his hat, showing that he still has it in his possession, would help aid a little in that such. Like just visual clues or anything. The fact that it's not or doesn't appear doesn't necessarily mean it's not possible because nothing before it has shown that it can't. There is no scene beforehand of, you know, all radios are outlawed because blah blah blah, or the harmonica got confiscated, or maybe Andy never said where he was going, stuff like that. We can only
Okay,
go off of what we
but
have.
with this talk here, Andy pretty much leaves that night, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's what it. He got the
So,
rope that day from
From Haywood.
Haywood. So yeah, that day.
so then I don't think he would have been able to imply that, Springs, because this is as far as because we cut away from this as Andy's walking away to Red being concerned at lunch with the other rest of the gang,
Yes. But
and
is it
that
that
from that
same
point we know
day?
they're separated.
That's the question. Could that be the following day? Could that be the next week? Because the time thing is, well, I stated something earlier where I thought it could have been the same night, and you both told me no, it wasn't. Which I think was him chiseling the rock, like the first rock
Yeah,
instance. And that was scene to scene. That was back to back. And it could have been, as you said, a week. I think the same instance could apply here.
Well, we get Andy's agency by stating "get busy living, get busy dying." He's talking in ways for built for the audience that he might be killing himself, but obviously it's towards leaving
True, and I
to
believe that's all
escape.
based off of his mindset of being 2 months in the hole.
Yeah. So it would be more of an immediate thing, not something down the road. I think there's enough implied that it would be pretty much the same day.
Well, then that all lines up a conveniency. That he got the rope, had the talk with Red, didn't attend lunch for a reason, had the shoe, got all the shoes, all the things with the warden on that day, knew about the deposits, knew the lightning storm. If that all
Well, he
lines up
knew
to
about
be
the
the
well, he
same
knew about
day,
well, he knew about the deposits already precedingly because that's he just has those every single day. He gets new deposits.
is it ever
Haywood, he would just
stated?
have to say, "Haywood,
Yeah,
can you get
does
me
it
the
ever
rope?" That
stated
doesn't
how
take time.
often Andy does forms for the warden? It's not an everyday act, is it?
They don't really give us a time frame. It's just he handles it. That's all we get. Don't know if
I
it's
could
daily,
see it
weekly.
as
Don't know.
far more of an unbelievable objective viewing if it was all the instances of one day. But with that pacing and what is shown previously in the film of something could be a month, something could be a week, could be a couple days, who knows? It just shows the year and talks of like months occurring from an event. It could have all taken place in a day. I'm not saying it's impossible. It could have been. I think of it more as it could have been in a week's time or more.
You setting up the timeline. The only thing that stands out to me as convenient is the storm. Everything else seems very feasible to happen within a day. His talk with Red is a couple minutes. Haywood getting the rope is like a one sentence potentially. You could be like, "Hey, Haywood, can you get me 6 feet of rope?" So that's not like it's a big time commitment piece. And then him spending however long he does with the warden and shoe shining and the taxes, money, whatever. That could be the rest of the day
Are you saying
for
are
all
you
that
saying
matters.
explained in the time frame of the film of how long those events take, or explained as being shown to audience of how they occur?
Well, if this all happens back to back in terms of the audience viewing, you're saying it's too much to happen in a day, and you're leaning more towards like a week. I think it's quite feasible to happen within a day because the events we see aren't that long of events. The longest thing would be whatever he does for the warden.
Yeah, Springs. I think you would have something to stand on if there was something that would require more prep work. But as far as everything that's prepared, because the big thing at the big project of digging the hole is done.
Yes.
So that would be the only thing that I think would add more time on it. Because Crimson's right, everything else is
Oh,
feasibly done within a day.
no. Sorry. Confusion. My thing isn't the problem that it all occurred of a day. My problem is the lineup of the event. Like, how do I speak of this in visual terms? Everything overlapping. I guess that's my more thing on is how everything overlapped. Not the fact that it can all be feasible in a day. It can be all feasible in a day. Even with the lightning storm, could still all be in a day. My thing is that all the events that are needed to happen for Andy and what is potentially shown through the film all occur on the same day.
Mm, well,
Like for the
the
rope
rope
from Haywood, for example. Could that have been that morning? Just asked Haywood, wait an hour and got the rope? Was that something he had to ask in advance for? So Haywood would have had to go to shop to get the rope to then go back to the yard to then give to someone to give to Andy.
this was right after he got out of solitary, right? Pretty much.
It's 2 months in the hole. Door closes on the warden, and then it's Andy in the courtyard. So it's after that month.
Yeah,
Doesn't necessarily have to be the day after he got out.
yeah. So yeah, he could have asked rope in the morning, went to the courtyard, talked with Red. Then we get the lunch scene, which by that point, Haywood gave him the rope before lunch. Then they have the talk. And then the next thing in line is the office, right?
Lines
Yep.
up with
With
the warden's
Warden.
office of doing the paperwork.
which we don't know if it's daily, weekly. We don't know the schedule, so
Bi-weekly, monthly,
I
who knows?
I can't say enough if that's convenient or not because we don't know. Could be daily, for all we know. We don't know how many deals the warden makes. Um,
Well,
so
okay.
I think it's all
I
conceivable,
guess a
also in the
question for
timeline
you.
sense.
A question for you. The day he gets out of 2 month in the hole, does he know that that day is lightning?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, we talked with lightning earlier, where that's kind of a convenient thing. We don't really know
We don't
the
know how
odds
Andy
or how he
knows.
knows.
It was a
Yeah,
convenient thing that had an easy fix, at least in the way of the
yeah.
storm.
Just if they had a radio or someone talk about it. But in context of what we have, I don't know how he knows, and it's lucky that it worked out for him. I don't argue that with you. That is true.
Okay.
A question I was going to have for you guys as well on the warden being 2 months. Did he do his own stuff, or did he just give him a bunch of stuff, 2 months worth of paperwork?
That's a good question.
Because that could help with your little timeline as well.
I would
If
have said
if he
he
has 2 months
waited.
of backup,
Unless the warden could have done it himself, I would have said he waited. Because I don't think he would have had someone else work on the shadiness in deal that Andy was a part of.
so does that help with the odds of him having to do warden work then?
Well, I mean, that could also go into how that just extra time to do the work, which could have still been in the same day, from what you're saying. Just
Well,
needed
it
a little more
also
time
we
out of
also don't
Andy,
know how much time passes for when he's let out either, which he could have already caught up on the work.
which he could have asked from the rope from
True.
Haywood before that instance and planned out when the lightning was, or knew when the lightning was going to happen, and that's the day the warden, like getting together with the warden. Because I
The
don't
one
think
time they're not clear about
yeah,
time.
I don't think the
Yeah.
paperwork. I don't think the paperwork for the warden is Andy's choice of being like, "Hey, I'm gonna do your papers today." I think that's a warden saying, "Hey, it's Friday. Be here at this time to do the work." I think that's scheduled out through the warden that Andy knows when to go to do it.
Likely, whatever that is, if it's a
Yeah,
time
I
each
don't think it's
day
Andy
or if
just
it's
walking into the
a day
office and being
in the
like, "Oh,
week.
I'm doing it right now."
Yeah, I agree with that. Whatever it is would probably be scheduled, or he gets told to do it
Yeah.
on the spot. Either which way.
So I was saying, convenience sake of overlapping, I think it's convenient. Well, then again, I mean years, but convenience sake of a lightning storm on the day that he does the papers for the warden. There are chances, possibly in the past, because you said it's not hard to get a rope from Haywood, um, and he has access to the funds, and he's already got the hole done, and everything. Possibly, well, I guess it's a question. Do you think Andy had everything prepared he needed to be prepared, besides his mental state of doing it like now, kind of thing, before going into the hole? Before his 2 months in the hole, do you think Andy could have escaped?
Like if he didn't get chucked in there, he could have left 2 months earlier.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it's the
the
death
only
of
thing he
Tommy that inspires him to leave. Like so, and he doesn't find that out until like in the hole.
well, besides his mental state is what I'm saying. Do you think he had
uh,
everything lined up where he could have escaped at that point?
if he
He's
wanted to, yes, because all he would need to do is swap out the warden's paperwork. The rope is just so he can protect the paperwork in a bag. Bonus of
yeah,
having the chest set with him as well, but that's primarily the point. Is the
yeah.
paperwork.
Okay, then to me, does that fall under that he was just waiting for the lineup of the warden's paperwork and a lightning storm? Just waiting for that
I think he.
day to
It's
line up.
possible.
Here's the thing. I think he was waiting because with Tommy still alive, he still had a way of legally escaping, legally
That's
getting
also
out.
true.
And it's not until Tommy's dead that that doesn't become an option anymore.
That's right.
Well, I mean, yes.
If he didn't have a legal way of getting out, Sprinks, I think he had what he needed. Uh, whether
At
or
least
not
by
he
that
would have
point.
or not, yeah, he's deep with the warden. He has access to the paperwork. So he could have swapped
Yeah.
it. Tunnel was done.
Because
Rope is easy to
for me,
get.
the two
So
things that needed to line up was the lightning and the warden paperwork. Because if the lightning isn't there, he could be heard, he could have been caught, there's no noise cancellation to help him escape. The other way around, if he doesn't have, you know, well, if he doesn't have the lightning and has all the stuff, he's going to get caught the next morning with it. He already put his shoes in the warden's box, so it had to be that day. If it's the other way around, he doesn't have the anything to leave on of the warden's attire to go to a bank properly, as
I mean,
Randall
that's not
Stevens.
very important to it. The outfit, because he could just get one somewhere else.
With what money?
Uh,
What would he be used to
he's
afford
he's
one?
Andy. He can get money. I'm sure. I'm not too worried about
Well,
that.
no,
He
that
was a banker. He probably has a bank account that they didn't even touch when they arrested him.
So do you think the outfit and the shoes and everything of the wardens was not that important for his escape?
No, I think that was just more of a.
It just simplifies things for him.
It simplifies it. Kind of like a rub it in his face type thing. Because he opened the box like, did I just get duped? And then the sirens go off. So I don't think it was important to his plan. It's just something he chose to do for it.
Okay. I
What
saw
was
it
important was the rope and the paperwork and the storm.
interesting. I
Obviously.
saw it as an importance to his escape.
No,
That he would need such an outfit besides prison clothes, prison attire. You can't really go anywhere, pardon me, anywhere in prison attire without being caught or, questioned or police called on you. So he had another outfit, which at the time he had access to, being the warden's, which then would assist him going into a bank as Randall Stevens, which is something else I caught that when he's in the bank, he's not wearing the suit he wore for the one he escaped with, which was, I think, a black tie that he had. And then when he went in, it was a striped tie. And the only instance I have to that is that's probably not the first bank he's gone into, since he said he's gone to banks all the time.
yeah, Red said he went to like a dozen.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah, I
after,
think him finding clothes isn't that difficult for him.
okay, I think coming out of the hole, his waiting thing was just waiting for a day to line up where he did the warden's papers on a lightning storm. And that's all he was waiting for, was for that match. Because as you said, everything else is conveniently that could have been done in that day.
Sure, post Tommy waiting for a lightning storm.
But that time's never said.
Correct.
And to go all the way back, that time that's not said, he could have said where he was going to Red multiple times.
Yes. Back to the initial point that isn't even in the act right now. All right.
That's why we do tangents on this podcast.
Yes.
Just to
Anyone
show
else
that
got
it is feasible.
that it's on multiple days past the talk?
Yes.
It is. It's possible. Just the way they portray it is not implied.
There you go.
I guess we'll leave it at that. What else we got this act?
Tommy going out of the prison at night to see the warden beyond the gate, being offered a cigarette. He didn't question anything. It's very fishy.
Well, yeah, but
He
what's he
comments on
gonna
it
do?
too.
He does.
What's he gonna do about it?
I mean, nothing. Nothing to do on it.
If he tries to run away, then he just gets shot anyways.
How often do you think gunshots occur throughout Shawshank? Because that's never touched on.
I'm sure it's not the first time. I would imagine in the 50 years since Brooke's been here, there's been some people trying to escape.
Even if it wasn't, it would have just been day of the week. It's their job to prevent people from escaping.
Yeah.
True, but do the inmates know of an event?
But we don't know that.
No, we don't.
I don't think it's relevant in any of the previous dialogues that we've had from the inmates.
Okay.
Even if this was the first shooting at Shawshank, their excuse still makes sense.
Well, the excuse given to
An
the public,
inmate
yes.
tried to escape, so they shot him.
Yes.
Obviously, people that know him personally know that's not right.
Especially
So.
Andy and Red, for what they've heard out of Tommy. But for the public eye, yes.
I like that for that scene, the warden is quiet, nervous, and awkward. And he at least appears distraught.
Would you swear on the good book? Just give me that chance. Bang, bang, Bang bang.
which is in a way the warden giving Tommy a chance.
Yep,
In a way.
in a way. Um, oh, I forgot to touch on one of my favorite things about one of my favorite symbolisms in the movie is that all the corruption is hidden in a safe behind something that's pretty much directly from the Bible
Yes,
about
Yeah.
judgment that will come. And I love it. It's just nice. It's a nice piece of symbolism.
which then bites him at the end when he looks at it.
Yep. I was
Yeah.
hoping I didn't necessarily need them to be that blatant with it, but I already caught on. Just the idea that he's hiding corruption behind something religious. Well, as an atheist, amuses me, but as an artist, it's really cool. I like that. It shows that he doesn't believe what he's preaching, more or less.
And then there's the salvation lies within
Yep.
comment as well.
I think for another popcorn, I think it's because he just wasn't needed, but Hadley's the one who shoots Tommy. And there's a good chunk of time where Hadley has not been shown. I think it's
Mhm.
at least
I think it's just a
Was it
reminder that hey,
Bob
he's still
speeding?
here.
yeah, he's still
Was that the
here, but
last thing?
I should have documented the time. But I think it's like a whole half hour of the film where Hadley's just gone.
No, Hadley shows up again with the singing. Your ass is mine.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a half hour before this scene,
Yeah, yeah.
or a
No, I was
good chunk
telling
of time.
Crimson because I was telling
Yeah.
Crimson because Crimson was
I brought up the box thing. Okay. Yeah, sure. And we know for certain that he's a corrupt guard. All the
Oh
others
yeah,
we don't really see any corruption on, right?
no, we never see
Well, other
someone
than
trying to bribe Hadley.
yeah, so yeah, it makes sense that it's him. He's the warden's right hand man.
We also see Hadley again immediately after when the news of Tommy's poor death of trying to escape is passed on to Andy.
Yes,
Yes, and corn to ready, he cried like a baby, which would have been nice to see, but they didn't do that.
I
Yep.
like. I guess just something that's not that hard to believe, but something I really like is during Andy and Red's talk about after coming out of the hole when Andy's telling Red the whole shebang of like his thoughts.
Oak tree and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's never interrupted. Haywood doesn't come up, or some other inmate, or there's no one who comes up to like distract them.
true. Nice
Yeah,
one-on-one time.
I like the one-on-one time for sure.
Yeah, no one comes up to Red asking, "Hey, Red, I got a favor to ask." It's like it's just them.
Uh, Sprinks, were you here when Ryder and I were talking about? Wait, no, never mind. You were.
All right, awesome.
Scratch that.
Thanks for the question.
Yes.
Um, where's this act end again? Let me just to make sure
I
I'm
think it's
within the
just Red's
guidelines.
worrying, right?
Red's longest night. Yeah,
Red's longest night.
pretty much right before the reveal. Essentially,
I guess my question is, do you think Red slept at all?
I'm gonna go no.
I don't know if that's relevant, so I don't really have an answer to even consider.
It's just a question.
I'm trying to think. He
Uh,
said the longest night. Is that because he didn't sleep compared
yeah,
to every night beforehand where he
I'm
did?
assuming that he struggled to fall asleep. So yes, that
If
to me
I
implies
thought
he struggled to
my
fall
best
asleep.
friend might kill himself tonight, and he's just a few feet from me, I probably wouldn't sleep.
No, he's just not only is he a few feet from you, there's a wall separating them. You can't get to him.
Are their cells right next to each other?
No.
Uh,
No.
I think there's two separating them.
Yeah.
Three.
Red and Andy are not next to each other. When they do
Yeah,
roll
but
call in the morning, Red is not standing next to Andy.
just to know that he's a short distance away when you can't get to him.
Yeah. So I would be surprised if he slept.
I think that's all the notes I have on this act.
I do again. While I talked to Crimson about this, I lean to more towards the fact that he was planning on escaping. Um, I do like that there's still a little ambiguity to it because everything is seen through Red's perspective. Because we don't really know it's not really revealed to us at this point of him escaping as an option. Um, so I like the ambiguity of it when he has the rope in his hand. It just looks like he's sitting there contemplating, not really necessarily suicide, but he's just contemplating. You know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shows to a first-time viewer, what is he gonna do?
Yep. The the reveal isn't there
Like
for
the
us.
writer cheated. He looked at the
Uh,
timestamp.
I had to pause to take notes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, what? Did you pause and go like, "Oh, there's still another 50 minutes."
That's
Yeah, that's
exactly
pretty
what he
much
said.
exactly what I did. Yeah, I had to pause because I was taking notes. I'm like, oh, I really like this scene. I saw the notes. I'm like, there's 30 minutes left. Okay, well, he's gonna escape then, isn't he?
Dorn.
So, note to self: when you're doing first-time viewers of this film, don't take notes because it will be.
Yeah, anyone listening to this podcast up to this point,
You don't
remember,
you
first time
guys
you
keep
watch
saying that
this,
first-time viewer. If you're listening to the podcast,
well,
we're going
maybe
to guess
someone
you've
listening
seen the
to,
film.
we
Yeah,
don't know that.
look, I mean, look. At least we spoil bad content for them. Okay, like I would never encourage anyone or artist to ever go
I'm
watch
sure
Velma. We
everyone
did
who
it for
listened to
them.
Velma didn't watch Velma. Okay?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. Maybe we have
That's
people
all I
who are
have for
just that much of fans of us. I don't know. But that's all I have on Act 4.
Yeah, Sam. Don't have anything else for Act 4.
All right, so pretty much from there to the end, which we've covered a lot already, so shouldn't be too bad.
Reading my notes right now, I find it funny. I I'm like, okay, it's good they don't show how he got out because there's too much potential for fuck ups. And then they show how he got out, and I just went, fuck. They had me. I was gonna praise him, and then they showed us how he got out, which is the whole rock banging against the metal pipe. Yeah, sure. A lot of pressure flows through there. Still very lucky.
It's quite
I
lucky.
think that's the luckiest part is the rock breaking the pipe.
It
And
would
then
have been
again,
nice if the pipe had a crack or something on it, some
Yeah,
point of
it would.
weakness.
Yeah, it would even better than that. I would have preferred his like. There's already a dent inside of it. Like it showed that he has done
Previous
this
attempts.
before.
or
Yeah,
I
rust
agree.
or something. Yeah.
yeah. There,
Um,
there are things they could have worked around it, but we just see him get there and he just starts wailing on it.
yeah.
So
And, third time's the charm.
yeah.
Yes, third time's a charm. Always a
I
third.
did the math. It took Andy about 16 or 17 years from the first scrape of the rock off the wall to tunnel. It was between that
Yeah.
time.
Well, is that taking into account the 2 months in solitary, the 1 month in the infirmary? Is that counting all those gaps of time?
The 2 months, no, yes. So I'm probably leaning more on the 16 years.
Yeah, that makes sense. Um, writer, you're somewhat of a
Yeah.
scientist.
Oh
The
boy.
gases that would be in that pipe would knock him out, correct? Being in there for half a mile.
I looked this up.
Oh. Okay.
I had two
You
question
looked it
that,
up?
so I looked it up.
Would he
Well,
have
what did
died
you
in those
find?
pipes?
No.
No. What's the reason?
It is opened aired pipes. The
I
the well,
suppose, but it's half
the
a
fact
mile
that
long.
the fact that the end pipe is open to air is not an enclosed. It's not like a septic tank. It's
Yeah, if it was accepting, I would say no.
yeah.
It is open air, and as you said, it's disgusting, and it would definitely he'd get a fucking banger of a headache, but I
Yeah.
think he'd be able to do it.
And the crack he made also is an airflow. The reason I don't understand though why the warden and Hadley and everyone in his cell don't go, "What is that god for awful smell?" Because it's right in an open pipe next to them. But
I suppose that's true. That's a facet that probably would have reached. Uh, the hole he makes, his head barely fits through, and then we see him crawling.
oh, I think it made it a little bigger. But
The size of the pipe is pretty much the width of his shoulders, so that
yeah,
hole would have need to like doubled.
Oh, I forgot they showed the hole in the pipe. That makes it worse.
I just say that was his first hit to open it. There's still lightning.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure
then
he.
you'd have to pry it.
I don't think
Then he has
I think he continually hit it.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to
How
keep
weak
hitting
is
it and
this
timing.
pipe? Because what we argued, the pressure would have made it easier, but once the pressure is released, then his banging is just against a metal pipe. There's no pressure behind it anymore.
Well, could he have, rather than prying it open, could he have bent it inward?
Not these pipes. I was just saying because it's ridiculous. So
Either way, it takes a lot of time.
they definitely should have shown it already. I think opened a little bit or something. I don't know.
Weakened? Or...
I don't know.
It's just unbelievable
I don't know
what they
the
have.
level of bloodhound tracking counts for this because going to the point where he's out and the police are
Mm.
after him. I grew up in MythBusters. They have a whole episode about how bloodhounds can track people, but I
It's a good
think there's
episode.
actually yes, it's a wonderful episode. I think there's enough here that I think would throw off a bloodhound scent. The fact that he's climbing through a shit pipe.
Yeah, and water.
Um,
Water makes it a little bit harder, but it's still definitely possible,
yeah,
as MythBusters proves it. Um, but there's a certain amount of water where they lose the track.
yeah.
So it's feasible once you get out the pipe. He's free
Yeah.
for sure.
Something I touched on far earlier that I think is a nice connection and bookend is when Andy escapes, he's getting rained on, and
It's iconic.
it's to connect to when he first went into Shawshank and was forcefully put, uh, I guess, unnatural water upon him from a hose. Not unnatural. It's like unbelievable. I'm just saying, like, man, orchestrated from a hose, compared to the freedom of nature of the water on him. So, like,
My symbolism reading was much more simplistic in that the hero's journey, water just means rebirth or birth.
could be for, yeah, still works. But I'm just saying, water was his introduction into Shawshank. Water was his exit.
Are you pointing that as like a symbolism you're creating or an intent?
I think it was an intent.
Oh, I think definitely I think the symbolism is intentional. Not from the bookend of what you're saying, Springs, but I mean I think the symbolism is definitely intentional on the
On the
idea of
rain part,
rebirth.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's also like the go-to poster for the film.
I'm looking at the poster of it right now. It's definitely the one of him in the rain.
Yeah. And then Family Guy recreates it.
Family Guy like recreated the whole movie.
Pretty much.
Good to know. I don't watch Family Guy.
Why are you so obtuse?
There's something we did go past that I just want to touch on a little. When Andy's in the hole and gets told that Tommy passed, the light from the hole onto Andy in the cell, is that natural or unnatural lighting? Because I couldn't
What's
tell.
Uh,
what's your definition of natural?
That the light was only coming from the hole.
Then yes, I think it's natural. I think it's directed light, um,
From a window at an
but
angle onto him because he's up against the wall,
yeah,
but the
the
light
odds
source
that
is
the light would
only
actually
from that
hit
hole.
him, no. Yeah, I don't think there's a secondary light in the room to light it. If that's
Okay,
what you're asking.
okay. I was just questioning on that.
so Hadley gets arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
apparently he cries. Warden sees it out the window. He's like, ah, dang.
yeah.
Lord.
Well, let's see. Uh, I do like the detail of him safely packing away all the stuff in the plastic bag and tying it to his feet in order to keep
Mhm.
everything safe. It's a nice detail. I appreciate that. Um, I
Where did he
like that.
hide the warden's jacket?
I would
Because
presume in
we
the
see
plastic
him
bag.
walking with the shoes, but the jacket he's wearing is very, very tight on him.
Well,
There's no bulge of where the
no,
jacket
he's wearing a
is.
jean jacket.
Yeah, there's no
I
bulge
think the
like
jacket
it's
could.
in a pocket or something.
No, I think it could still be layered because I think there's a possibility that he's in 3 layers of
He
the
Just
jean
does.
under his
jacket.
prison suit.
Well,
It
no,
could
because he
be.
takes it off and then he's in the shirt and tie. So that's what he's wearing underneath. But when he takes it off, takes the jacket off, the warden's jacket, if I remember correctly, is not the inner layer of what he takes off. Because the outer layer is the jean jacket.
That's even more of a risk than the shoes, then, for me.
I think he had it. He
Because
had
then
it
it would be
covered.
visible.
It will be.
The
He had the
jacket
jean
was
jacket over it.
not. It wasn't closed though.
That's true.
When he was walking out
That
with
they
the
were.
shoes,
It
it
was
was an
open.
open jacket. Which I pointed out specifically no bulge because if he was wearing it under the jacket, you would see it.
I thought I saw a bulge, but that's because Andy always
Well,
looks
he could have had it tucked.
Andy always looks oh, it's not Andy looks more lanky than built than bulky, which
Oh,
is
Tim
why
Robbins is a
I
tall
had
guy.
yeah. That's not what I'm saying. I think he's more lanky than bulky. So I thought he did look very bulky with the layers over with the jean jacket over the prison clothes. So I actually did think he was wearing the jacket underneath his clothes.
Yeah. I don't know, I think it would have been visible.
Well, what is
Chop it up to another convenience, I
that?
guess, in the escape.
It pans down to the shoes.
Yeah.
And it's not visible there.
I think they just shot the shot.
Was the
There's no.
bottom of the jean jacket buttoned, or was it fully opened all the way down?
It was fully open.
Okay.
Wait, do you guys think he's wearing it over his prison overalls?
That's what Sprinks, I think, said. Right?
I'm thinking
It was
it's
under the jean jacket, but not the inner layer.
yes. That's what
touching
I
skin.
think. That's why when he takes it off, you don't see it. When he takes off his layer to show the shirt and tie, you don't see the jacket.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. I also, because I think the outfit's not required on his escape, unlike Sprinks. I think it was a big risk to be wearing those shoes.
Oh,
They
the shoe.
try to
Yeah.
play it off by Red saying, "How often do you look at your shoes?" I'm like, yeah, but you only need one guard to see that, and then you're toast. And they make a different sound, so somebody could be like, "That's an interesting sound," and they look, and it's different shoes. So I think
No,
that
the shoes was a
lots
huge
of risk, unnecessary risk.
Do you think there would have been an easier way for him to smuggle shoes
Like I said, I
or
don't think
get
he
the
needs.
shoes to his cell?
I'm sure if he planned further ahead, but the warden would notice that they were stolen, so I don't think so.
Well, I'm trying to think. You're saying he didn't need the outfit. So what?
He didn't need it.
I'm thinking him outside. If he escaped without it, he would have had the choices of birthday suit, underwear and tank top, or prison garb. And I think all three of those could have been called upon in a fashion to get police
Well,
towards him.
if he
Do you think he would have
was
stolen clothes?
was the prisoner outfit a onesie or a two piece? I don't remember. It was a onesie, right?
Onesie, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he unzipped it at the arms, then tied it around his waist, where he still has the lower half,
And had
and
the
he's
tank
got the
top?
tank top on, you wouldn't think prisoner. You don't see the ID number. It's not like
He would have
it's
just tried
prison
to
orange.
gone as mechanic. Or
Yeah, I think that's passable in public, to where he could then start making money, get money from a secret account from when he was a banker, get clothes from a homeless homeless pile. Who knows? It's a lot more easier to get clothes
But that would have.
outside of prison than to smuggle clothes from the warden's office to then escape from prison.
But that would have been the next day. Do you think that would have been feasible for him to do in a day? Because that morning they know he's gone.
Yeah. Well, we know for sure that at the morning he is gone, Red's narration is specifically says that at the same time, Randy Stevens was walking into a bank.
That's why he had the suit.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about this one because I'm still marinating on it, and I'm really 50-50 on it because the only option that would be available for Andy for him to get a suit in time to do the morning walk-in is if he breaks in and gets it. Though obviously, I imagine that's not the issue here for you, Crimson, is that he would have taken an extra day to move things around in order to then buy a suit and then do the thing. So, like, first thing in the morning, he would have already moved the money as he needed, and then walked in his like mechanic outfit, bought a suit for himself, and walked out. But
Assuming he'd have funds somewhere, yeah. There is a aspect where he does need to be quick because that name, the bank account, is tied to the warden, so the police would shut it down quick. So I agree that there's a speed aspect. Does he even need a suit for the bank? Is that like no tux, no service? Is that a thing
In the
in the
60s,
60s? I don't think it's a
I
requirement
don't think
to
it's a
have a
it's not a
suit.
requirement, but I think it would have
requirement,
been
but I think
passable.
it's for the Randall Stevens character is explicitly why, because remember Andy's also presumably doing all the paperwork on behalf of Randall Stevens, and he's a huge rich person. Why wouldn't a rich person show up in a suit and
Yeah.
tie?
And that morning during the investigation, a photo is taken, which I'm guessing goes to the paper in public. So people are being told that someone has escaped Shawshank, and I feel if he arrived in a run up mechanic's outfit with no one saying he works for them, and he has no car to say he's working, I feel like it would be easier to catch. And he doesn't seem
Sure
to
would
be
be
one to be quick witted
easier.
of like coming up with stories or you know uh, being a charming, charismatic personality to like get around things from people.
I'm really 50-50 on it. That's why I've been quiet while the two of you kind of have talked back and forth on this throughout the podcast, because there I as you said, I think it's feasible enough for him to want to do this, not necessarily just to stick it to the warden, but as a means of like one less thing he has to do when he gets out. But I also understand that there is a much greater risk involved, which is why I wish they kind of took a little more time to show how he stole the stuff.
Stole what stuff?
Um, the outfit, because we're talking about the outfit, right?
Was it not just hanging in
Yeah.
the warden's office? Like he
I'm
No,
took the
it's
talking about him
jacket.
smuggling it
sneaking it
out of
in.
the office. Yeah.
I'm talking about him sneaking it in,
Oh, sneak. Okay.
thus reducing the risk of him having it. Because as
Because the
Chris is
shoes are very clear. We see the depiction that he clearly isn't wearing or holding onto the tux in that scene.
so
So
presumably he's smuggling in somehow, but it's like I said, as you said, it's a risk, and I, it's not. It's just a balancing act because I think the risk of him smuggling in could have been alleviated a little bit, just by different shots, and like if it had shown this jacket underneath the with the overalls, that would have been enough for me. Because if it was just the shoes, I don't have any issue with the shoes, to be honest, Crimson. But
The
I
jacket's
think
the only
there
thing
is,
I'm questionable on. The rest of the
yeah,
outfit was shown hiding under his outfit he was walking with, except
yeah,
the
like
shoes.
the jacket being the most questionable part. If the jacket was shown hiding underneath with the overalls, I don't think I'd have any issue with the him choosing to take the fucking outfit or choosing to take the outfit because it saves him time that he would desperately need on the outside in order to put his plan into motion. Why do I have an archive link in the middle of my fucking? Okay, that's
Having a
weird.
clue. It was also he didn't ask Red for money or ask any other inmate for money. All they knew was that he had rope. That's the only thing they went off of was Haywood saying Andy took rope. So none of the inmates would know that he had anything besides rope and I guess what's in his cell of an
yeah,
escape plan or anything. Because even when like at Red's asked from the warden, it's like, well, and he goes, well, what? I haven't a clue.
world may never know.
Well, I mean, never know.
Another question in the film.
Which is unfortunate because they've been very clear throughout. It's unfortunate we keep picking this ending bit. The
Like I said,
important bit.
I think the ending is probably the weakest part of the film. I still love it thematically, and you still get a very very good emotional catharsis from it. But in terms of objective writing, I think it is probably the weakest bit.
I can agree with that.
I like that Red telling the parole board the truth of how he actually feels and not being all fakey that he's a changed man set him free. So just the message, the
Yeah.
truth will set you free.
More honest.
It's also a new parole board.
Has it been a new one all 3 times, or were the first 2 the same?
First two were the same. At least the main guy. I didn't pay attention to the other people, but the main guy was the same
That's
in the
definitely
first
different.
two.
Yeah.
The main guy is definitely different for the last one.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So
been 40 years.
I go
Man, as
back and tell
age the
that young
day.
man, bad decision it is.
I'm looking through my notes and everything I'm looking at we've already covered.
I like his narration talking about pressure and time, really showing how much he's listened and learned from Andy with the geology and stuff.
Mhm.
Nice little character moment, even during all this explanation.
Red likes to learn new things, or at least listens to people talk about stuff they like.
Yeah, he's a listener.
Um, I like that for a brief moment you think Norton might be wanting to shoot the police officers.
Oh yeah, he's aiming it
It's
at the
true.
door.
Yeah,
But now he's banished to hell for suicide, even though he was probably already going to get there anyways.
Well, I think
yeah,
he knew like there's no way out of it.
yeah. Um,
He had 6 shots. I mean,
I mean, the way out
I
of it would
think
have just been
I
to
actually
get arrested instead of a shootout.
I do think he was going to do a shootout, but I think one of the police officers actually gives him the idea of suicide. It's like one of them yells, "Make it easier on yourself," and he
Yeah, they said
takes the
something like
easier
that.
option.
That is true. This
Um,
is a conspiracy. The inmates, the guards, even her, which is
throws pebble.
also lucky, but I'm not going to complain about that one too much.
Yeah, there was a cool reveal to us and them that what he was doing, but I think eventually the smell would have clued him in, and when they would have found it when they cleared out all of Andy's
oh, taking
stuff.
stuff down.
So,
Yeah, eventually. I think
so
I think it's still fine of him being in frustration chucking stuff around.
yeah, like I
But
said,
what a reveal.
that was just convenient, lucky, but it's not. It's a very minor thing because they would have found out anyway, in like whether it was that moment or 20 minutes later.
That's one of the most classic shots though, I think, of the whole film is the
Tunnel
zoom
shot of
back
him.
of the tunnel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they shot all the astonished faces.
Let's see. When Red is now out, I like how much they show the use of nature and so much just openness and not like stuck in a town. Because even when Brooks is being shown, when he thinks of Jake, he's in a park, but a man-made park, um, and in a city, in a town, and he's still surrounded by concrete. So he's not fully free because his thought's still on Shawshank. But when Red's out, he goes out to the countryside. He goes to find the tree in the middle of nowhere. It's not around any houses or anything. So it shows so much more freedom on the end of Red comparing to Shawshank of being, you know, cemented everywhere.
mhm.
And I definitely think that's a use
Also,
of the film of showing more nature.
I really like Red's final monologue before he's let out too. When, as you say, to the parole officers, I think you already touched on the Springs, but it's just it's very layered, and I appreciate it because he's kind of sick of having to go through the same motions every year of getting paroled or not.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious how much of the monologues of Red are one to one written in the book versus written for the screenplay of the film.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read the book, so I don't even know if it's through Red's eyes or not. I don't know. I don't know how close it is to the book.
Mm.
Uh, I don't find it that convenient, but it's still cool that year's there 20 plus years later.
What?
That what's still there?
The tree
Oh,
that Andy talked about.
yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason why it wouldn't be. Most people don't uproot trees for no reason.
You know what? There was something we questioned, and I just answered it. Or just figured out. Red's first parole board meeting was 1947 when Andy got put into Shawshank.
Yeah.
20 years later, or 10 years later, 10 years he had the harmonica of 1957 and got rejected again, and that was the rejection present. Would it not be 10 years past that of 1960? I said 40 years, sorry, it's 20 earlier. Would it not be 1967 that he got approved to leave?
Yeah, I suppose so then. There we
Okay.
Okay.
go. We know when he gets out.
He gets out
Definitively.
1 year after Andy. Nice.
Roughly a year.
Roughly a year.
Because it could have been December to January for all we know. But
Within a year.
so in
I
case
don't
that
really
helps
have much to
anyone's
say.
timeline of things.
Yeah. I don't really have much to say other than we get the, we get the thoughtful echo of better get busy living or get busy dying, with more feeling from Red as he believes in it now. Um, and then he's opens to be guilty of parole, and they wouldn't worry over an old man like him. Very dumb way to explain it away, but uh, I did leave a note saying, "Man, do I have something to tell the writer about how for-profit systems work?" Uh, and then that's pretty much it for me. They reunite happily on an ocean beach.
When he goes on the bus and he says, "I feel like a free man," is that a reference to Morgan Freeman name?
Absolutely not. No, no, no. I don't think so.
That's fucking funny. I
There
didn't make the
is,
connection.
I think they make a joke of that in Lego Undercover, the video game, the cop one. There's
Oh,
a character like Red in the game, and someone asks him and says, "Are you free, man?" And he goes, "No, the lawyers might be watching."
funny.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they meet each other at the boat. Happy smiles, not a word said.
Don't really need
And we
one though.
Is that
pan
filmed
out
in
to the
Mexico? Is that filmed in the actual
no.
place?
That's shoot, I forgot what it was said, but it is not there.
Okay.
The rest of the film, though, at the prison is in Ohio.
Is it even the Pacific Ocean?
If I remembered where it was, I could answer that, but I don't remember where it was.
Okay.
But yeah, not actually at the place. And we get to see the blue ocean that no memories reside. I think is what
Yeah.
Andy said.
The ocean holds no memories. Hold on. I actually wrote that quote down. Let's scroll back and find it.
Sprix, what do you think of this ending?
Better than the ending in the book, you said. But
You mentioned to me privately that you liked this end. So
did I? It was a good ending.
made you feel certain
Oh
ways.
no, no, no. Sorry, okay. What I told you. Sorry, earlier I did message to Crimson when I finished the film. That this time the film made me cry because upon viewing this time of the film with an objective eye towards it, which I don't normally do for a film unless we're covering for the podcast, I watched this film more as Red being the main character versus Andy, and I got more of an emotional payoff from it than other times when I watched it as Andy being the main character.
That's funny. I actually, as a first-time viewer, I thought Red was the main character as well. He just happens to talk a lot about Andy.
I believe that either could be the main character, and I think they play it in such a way that both pretty much are.
They're both the main characters together,
Yeah.
pretty much. Like they share the screen time, so that's fair.
Okay, I think that's all I got.
Well, Crimson, who do you think the main character is?
I think it's pretty much split between the two of them.
Mhm.
Co-leads, I think, because the
That's the
story is about Andy,
that's a
but
coward's answer.
I mean, it's I think the correct answer
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we agree with you. That's what we're saying.
because the story and plot is because of Andy, his actions, getting arrested and escaping. But we are following Red through Andy's story, so I think it's both.
Okay. I guess that.
Anyone else got anything?
Yeah. Is there anything else to touch on? I'm looking through my notes. If anything we passed.
I definitely do not.
Well, the final act was the shortest because we covered it throughout.
News, yeah, pretty much. It's usually how it works sometimes
Well,
because
most
everything's so interconnected.
we've already covered stuff.
Yeah.
We touched on the warden's gun being pretty much the same model revolver. I guess that's a good question. Why do you think the warden had a gun in his desk? Was it just for protection?
I mean, I would
He's in a
imagine most
prison.
warden offices have some sort of weapon.
Yeah, he's in a prison. That doesn't surprise me.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's some sort of riot and some prisoners manage to get to his door.
Do you think there's any,
uh,
besides the reasons given of why it's pretty much a matched revolver of what Andy used and the one in the gun store? Is it just like a image of Andy getting to the warden for what he did?
I don't know if it's like a standard issue revolver of the time. I don't know how common that gun is. It sounds pretty common considering Andy used it and the guy who killed
Yeah.
his
Well,
wife
that's a
had
20-year
it.
difference.
Yeah.
1947 to 1967.
I mean, we don't know if it's the exact same model.
We don't.
So
No. I don't know if they're the
I
same
don't
gun.
know
I mean,
enough about revolvers of the time. If it's a bit rarer, I'm sure there could be something connecting it, but if it's common, then I don't see much behind it. I sorry, I can't really give you a
okay.
answer on that one. What about you, Ryder?
Oh, my brain just gave out. Sorry. Caffeine's gone. Can you say that again?
Uh,
Ask the question again.
the use of the revolver in the film.
Specifically, Andy and the warden having a similar gun. Is there any symbology?
Symbology? I mean, not unless nothing that easily comes to mind. I could absolutely read symbology into it, but it wasn't blatant enough for me to pick up on it. Like if I'm comparing this, for example, to like the water being used as an idea for rebirth, I didn't have to read into that. I think that's there. Like, 'cause that to me was very obvious. Like for this one, I don't see anything obvious between them. And it is my first viewing. I could read stuff into it later,
That's true.
but nothing for this time. So
All right. Well, if that's all everyone's got, is it?
That's everything I have.
All
everything I
right.
got.
Summary ratings, and we will start with Springs.
Oh boy. Well, I will say for YouTube end right now, there's still another about 10 slides you have not seen. Um, should I just skip to the rating view or quickly run
If you
through them?
want.
Or
If you want, or quickly run through them.
I'll give my ratings and hopefully I'll get to the end by then. Sorry, YouTube audience. I know listeners, this doesn't pertain to you right now. Let's see. Objectively, my objective changed by 0.5. It went down 0.5 because you guys talked about the what was the thing that moved it down? Was it the rock hammer? The weight of the rock hammer?
Maybe
There's something you touched on where I
it
thought
could have
about
been
it.
hidden in the hole instead of the side
Yes,
wall.
yes. The
Yeah, I'm
fact
just like
that more things could have been hidden in the hole of the tunnel he has already had than hiding in a book or someone else's cell or giving it to or who knows. But that did move my thing down a little. That I mean, for all we know, stuff could have been hidden in the tunnel, but it's never shown that. What's shown
look,
is the
it's a.
carved out in the
I will
Bible.
happily admit that it's a cool visual in the Bible to show where the hammer was hidden. It's a cool visual, but doesn't make as much sense.
No, it's subjective up, objective down. Uh, but yes. So objectively, fantastic acting all around. I don't think there's one bad acting portrayal. Even Boggs just being pretty monotone with his delivery, he still comes across as cruel and everything. I mean, I think acting throughout is great. The score I think is very well done, and the little bits of the score, just of the instrument usage to connect things to then go into a piece of the score. So just the background noise is familiar from one song choice to the next. I think that's really good. The lighting, I think, is totally fine. The one thing I questioned was the actually looking at it now, I actually do have a question. But the lighting, I think worked all fine. I guess this goes into a question I can bring up to you. Do did the two of you see any instance of the use of sunrise or sunset of using orange for scenes?
So there's the one with the beer
There's one with
drinking
the
on the
beer,
rooftop.
and then there's
There's
one
another
with
one with
red in the graveyard.
yes. These are the main two. I think he also has one under the tree as well, towards the end.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
think it's
yeah.
setting. I don't think it's an orange sky, but it's like a
It's
yellow.
starting to turn orange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So whether they use orange lighting, is that what your question is?
Not using the orange light, but what is the significance of the color orange to be used in such a scene? Like why were these scenes
I
not just like middle of day?
I think for the roof, it just gives a warm feeling to everyone's happy. To sunset on a nice day, and
Drinking ice cold beers with the boys.
yeah, and it's a good visual. The the dark, freshly tarred roof to the bright orangey skyline. Um, Anything else, I think it's just more of a visual, less meaning behind it. I think.
Okay. It stood out to me being that there's only like 3 instances of it in the film, which made it stand out to me as a choice of being used compared to every other lighting of being, in the afternoon.
I mean, I can read a little bit into the sun setting over the tree. It is at that point that Red makes a decision to leave part of his life behind. So it's like this day is ending, but he's closing that chapter on his life as well.
Okay. And
He
could that
also
could
got
that
off a
be
red bus to go
okay?
see Andy,
And he
so
also
he's
gets off
leaving
of
red
a
behind.
red
I don't know
truck.
where to be honest with you, Crims, I don't know where your line begins and ends with symbolism. Sometimes you go with the absurdities to make fun of me, but other times you're like, oh yeah, you know what, that makes sense.
His name's Red. He was on a red bus showing his
He's getting off of
path.
it, leaving his prison persona
Yeah.
of red, and now continues as his
And
actual
then he
self.
probably let, 6
Oh
cars
wow.
go by before he flagged down the red truck because it was red to take him to the tree.
Uh,
Wow.
Writer, were you questioning whether or not I was serious about the bus or not serious about the bus?
Oh no, I was just I got the tone that you were
You
joking,
better be
but
joking about the
I
bus.
just find it funny.
Yes.
Um, but just Ryder, would that also go into the instance of the beer that it's sunrise to show a new chapter in Andy's life of being kind of accepted into Shawshank?
Rise or set?
It was
I think it's a
rise when they
sunset.
were doing when they were drinking the beers. It was in the morning. I think that was in
It
Red's
was?
narrative.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
they do say it's in the morning, don't they?
Huh.
Then I probably would write that into that. Yeah.
that's a start. Okay.
Do you think they worked overnight then?
No, I think they just began in the morning.
Well, it looks like they finished in the morning.
Yeah, I think it was an overnight thing.
Could have been an overnight thing, or that was the
Continue reading.
first work they did. It could have been
Norton
10
doesn't
a.m. Who
strike me as
knows?
someone who's going to adhere to labor laws. So
Oh no, especially not with Harley in charge or Hadley. Sorry.
Hadley.
Okay, so that was just my question on that for lighting. Let's see. Cinematography, I think was great. There's some really good shots of cinematography. The helicopter shot going over the prison when Andy gets introduced. The Hadley holding him over to then pan behind Hadley to then track around, I think was very well done. Um, the tunnel zoom back looked good. I think my favorite shot was not necessarily the first morning of Andy being in Shawshank, but of showing Andy in his cell and the lineup of the jail outside. Just that angle of there before the cell doors are open and they get roll called. I really like that. Cinematography, though, I think was fine. Editing, I think the pacing of the editing was good. There was some cuts that seemed to give a little more tension, and there's some cuts that were transitionally used pieces. Let's see. What have I not touched on? Writing. I think the writing's tight. I don't. I've never touched on it because I think it's more of a question for writer than myself of the difference of a film that's written screenplay versus adapted, and how much a film can change because it's adapted off of something already previously written. Um, Not necessarily like taking liberties or fully going around adaptation of something, but being that there's already stepping stones to go off of, if that helps a piece of film or media, or takes away from the original written piece. I don't, that's not a question for me, but going off of Shawshank here, I will say that I think it's very well done. The writing is very good, the monologues are great. um, Is there anything else I want to touch on? Costume department. Maybe the hats is a thing. Maybe the hats is complete bullshit. Who knows? I think it's something that can be thought on.
Oh,
The
Springs. Sorry. Well, while you're on costume, there was a topic Ryder and I talked about, and I didn't know definitively, so you might. I went back to check if the uniforms changed for the guards from the beginning to the end. I couldn't tell a difference, but they're very close, so I don't know if they are different or not. We
I
checked the bus is indeed different, but the
I
uniforms I
never
don't know.
caught a difference in the uniforms on the guards. I did catch a difference in the uniforms of the inmates, because Tommy's outfit stands out particularly far more than anyone else, being jeans and a tucked in shirt.
Okay, sorry, cut you off. Continue.
No, all good. I think the outfits and costume design are accurate to the time period of use. Da, 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 da. I think that's pretty much all the elements. But yeah, there's little flaws here and there, but I don't think it fully breaks the film. There's questions we've posed that could make it seem worse, or just kind of more gray area of the void of not fully knowing, could be one way or the other. So my objective scaling is an 8.5. My subjective, love the film, great. I'll see it again. I'll recommend it. I mean, I said I'd buy a copy for Ryder if he didn't have access because it's that damn good. My subjective is a 9.
All right. Ryder can go next.
All right. So I'll since you kind of threw a snowball at me, I'll catch it and run with it. I'll start with the whole adaptation of book thing.
Mhm.
And I know I've definitely discussed this before. I think when adapting a book, you have to adapt it to screen time. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to be 100% accurate to the book. You can improve upon the works that have come before. You can improve upon a book in theory with filmmaking and stuff like that, or you can make something relatively equivalent, even if you change things. One of my things I always like to pick on is the use of Gil-galad in Lord of the Rings. Uh, for example, Gil-galad isn't really important to the story of Lord of the Rings, which is why he's removed from the movies. Because in the books, it isn't Arwen that saves the hobbits and the Fellowship of the Ring; it's actually Gil-galad. But Arwen plays much more meaning to is much more relevant to the story of Aragorn, who is much more relevant to Lord of the Rings. So they changed that up. That's a change that I think works in terms of adapting a book. Um, so that's pretty much my 2 cents on it. Is that when you're adapting a book, don't be afraid to change things that would make the adaptation that would improve the story you're trying to change in terms of the adaptation. Because most people who watch Lord of the Rings would have no idea who Gil-galad is, um, most of the time. Um, Now on to the Shawshank.
Thank you for answering
uh,
that question, though.
yeah, no worries. In terms of dialogue, I've said it before. I focused heavily in on the conversation over Andy purchasing the tool,
Rock Hammer.
uh, the rock hammer from Red, employing him to get the tool for his own purposes. But there are other instances where dialogue is extremely layered and goes through several different. It's multiple conversations happening at once about multiple different subjects. It's written intelligently, and it conveys not just the current subject of importance, but also the headspace of the characters, which I think is very, very integral to the film, and it is definitely a sign of the writers know for the most part what they're doing, and it is very impressive dialogue writing. I think I compared it to Quentin Tarantino's dialogue writing, and I think that I'm going to stick by that, given the praise I've given Quentin Tarantino already. Now on to the story. As a first-time viewer, I think there is there's a lot that happens in the story, and it is it is extremely well paced for covering more than 20 odd years of time space that takes place over the course of the film. It's very well paced. We get to see the highlights of the major things happening, because I think it's Red who says prison life is routine, and it is boring 80% ish of the time and stuff like that. So I think that also plays in very well. The plot is uh, more on the development of the characters, is that they just are trying to survive here, occupy their mind, and then we get hints of Andy slowly wanting to kind of it's his escape is worked up to, more or less, and it's I think it's again really well written in that regard. I guess I'll break this down a little bit more. So the plot I think is really well done. I think the world building is very simple in that we're told how the system works and the time that has passed naturally through dialogue most of the time. So world building is pretty on point, and for Red and Andy being the main characters, extremely well fleshed out, the both of them. And because they are both well fleshed out, I think the movie benefits of having them both as co-stars beside one another. Um, and as well as I think the antagonist as well. We learn a lot about Hadley in his ranting on the rooftop to his fellow officers. We also learn about him and what he's willing to do on behalf of Andy when Andy helped him out. And we also learn to the degree he's willing to be a lapdog to the point of murder on behalf of the warden. The warden's also extremely well characterized. I hated him from the first one when I saw him, so good on that. I appreciated that. But he's can walk the line of being menacing, but also meticulous and businesslike in terms of what he's like as an antagonist. And just kind of to leave a note here, all the other side characters that we are introduced to outside of Haywood and Brooks and Tommy, like Haywood, Brooks, and Tommy, I think are the main three that I can name out of the rest of the prison gang. All going to do a good job. They'll have a place in the story. I think Tommy is a tool that facilitates Andy's choice to escape, but describing him as a tool is doing a disservice to the character, because they do a very good job characterizing him and making us care about him in the way that Andy does. And the way he is taken out is also, I guess, it stings us in the way that it might also stings Andy, because most of the time we're watching this through Red and Andy's perspective. So yeah, overall, really well written film. I absolutely will watch this again. So I'll do my subjective first. Really, really love this movie. I'm gonna give it an 8.5. Now in terms of writing, for objective, given all that I've already said, and what we did talk about being potential flaws, I think I've settled on an 8.5 as well. Yeah.
Tough one for you.
Yeah, it's still a tough one for me. I think there's enough to warrant an 8.5 here. The third act being the purveyor of most of the problems. Um, but I still think it holds up really well.
And if you got time to rewatch it before recap, you can always retouch on it.
Yeah, if we find time.
God, I
Uh,
hope so.
I guess I will go. A lot will be echoed, I would imagine. I'll go with my subjective first. I very much enjoy this film. Like I said, maybe the fifth time I've seen it. I enjoy all the characters, even the warden. I kind of like how he progressed to be crooked because in the beginning he was pretty religious and stuff. He seemed like a stern, tough warden, but with the in and out program, it got him corrupted and just flat out hypocritical of the Bible, obviously, especially with the whatever the picture was covering the safe, him just shooting himself, which would be contrary to the Bible. It's nice to see his evolution from just a stern guy to a flat out bad guy who's very obtuse. Not so much in his grave, though. It'll be pretty flat.
Humorous.
Yeah, yes. And it was an attempt. I'll, I'm still on my subjective. Yeah, all the characters good, blah, 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 all that nonsense. 9. All thoroughly enjoyable. We'll certainly watch it again. Objectively, I pretty much agreed with all of writer's statements. Don't need to duplicate those. So I'll mostly just point out the flaws I found while discussing this with you guys. Before I watched this, just from pure memory of this movie, I was like, this is one of the most flawless movies I've ever watched. I think I'm going to give this a 9.5. Then I watched it. It was no longer a 9.5. And I've been teetering on 8.5, 9, which is unfortunate that you guys both have done 8.5.
You can do a 9. You
So
can be different.
I'm thinking about doing it just to be different because I'm kind of in the middle of those two. So say 8.75, but rounded up a 9. Giving it an objective 9, reasons being the rock hammer, I already had a problem with it. I saw more of a weight distribution problem or just odds of him opening the Bible. Writer pointing out that it could have just been hidden in the hole makes it even more worse than I originally thought. So that's pretty bad. The convenience of the storm we talked about. It's pretty convenient, but there is a gap in there where Andy was waiting for it, but we still don't know how he would have known about it, which is also still a problem in regards to that. We talked a lot about the harmonica. I'm with Ryder, where I think objectively it's just not a paid off setup for it because the core theme, or at least one of them in this film, is just hope. And we have linked music to hope through Andy in the cafeteria. And the harmonica provides music. It's a physical object related to hope. And we don't really get to see Red utilize it once he's out of the prison looking for some source of hope. All he lands on eventually is to search for Andy. But before that, when he's just doing the day to day, doing his job, not enjoying his time, it would have been nice to see him do it in the halfway house, or as Ryder said, at the tree. I think would be good, or as well. So I think it's just not well paid off. I think that fits under objective for that. The Hank Wilson song, this doesn't really deduct anything, but it is a paper cut. Doesn't fit. It's of the wrong time. Glad Springs pointed that out. Having read, have to remember the name of the location. We talked to death about that. I think is a problem. We'll go deeper into that. The convenience of Tommy knowing the killer. I agree with Ryder. They did their best to try to remedy it by saying Tommy jumped to a lot of prisons, going in and out, and that the guy wouldn't stop talking and would say pretty much everything all the time. That's pretty much as good as they can do writing wise. So
And did Tommy say he was also his cellmate?
yeah, cellmate as well. So they did their best, but that still doesn't take away the fact that it's still convenient, which is pretty much the big problem with this movie is just convenience. Um, the pipe, that was just, they didn't try hard enough to make that believable. We see a perfect pipe when it should be damaged, already worked on, something to that extent. And then something I didn't have in my notes, but we discussed, and it started to become a problem, was the outfit as a whole. I don't think it was required. This kind of gets into the blurred objectivity thing. I think the aspect that it is objective is that we don't see how he smuggles the suit. It's gray, as Spriggs put it. We don't really know in that regards. I think the shoes is too risky. Anyone could have seen that. They tried to fix that with Red saying who looks at shoes, but I don't think that's enough because it only takes one guard. So all of that would take away half a point to the 9, potentially a whole to an 8.5, but I'm rounding it up to 9. So
Okay,
that is
I was
everything.
about to say that was a long list of flaws in your eyes.
A lot of them were
to be at
paper
9.
cuts, so they weren't like gouges. They weren't huge.
They
the
didn't break
biggest
the
would probably
film.
be the hammer and the storm, and were probably the biggest problems. Everything else was smaller, convenience, or just flaws. The numbers being different as well on like Red and Brooke. Yeah, that is it. Ryder, you want to sign us off?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Are we ready, gentlemen? Is that all we got?
Crimson, has this been your highest rated thing we've covered with 2 9s?
Objectively? Oh, I also hate it when I match numbers because it feels like I'm copping out somehow.
No, you're not.
Have no
Overall,
fear.
it is the highest, but I think I gave American Movie a 9 objectively. 8.5 or a 9 for that. But collectively, 2 9s is certainly the highest thing I've done.
Okay.
All right. Well, then with that, gentlemen, shall I read us off?
I believe so.
All right. Well, as always, audience, thank you for listening wherever you are, be it Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, and Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you're watching this on the YouTube side of things, then feel free to like, comment, subscribe, and tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And just we'll read your comments during the recaps as we normally do, or we try to. And as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.